You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation. Cedar Rapids Kernels at the Good Times Roll. Are you ready to let the good times roll? Are you ready for Kernels baseball? The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, and the Class A affiliate of the Anaheim Angels welcome you to Cedar Rapids Kernels baseball. Now, in his ninth season as the voice of the Kernels, here's John Rogers.
Late Saturday afternoon, it's overcast, the lights are on, and the Kernels are back. Game 2 of our 12-game homestand, which is now an 11-game homestand. We will open up a 2-game set against a team that's a game and a half, or check that, 2 games ahead of us in the Western Division first half standing. The Kane County Cougars, a threat of a tornado and just a torrential downpour forced the cancellation of our scheduled series finale with the swing of the Quad Cities last night. The Kernel homestand record 1-0. That's because we won the homestand opener Thursday night 6-4 over the swing of the Quad Cities. This Kane County Ball Club is the Class A Midwest League affiliate of the Oakland Athletics. We've played them 6 times already and split. We've won 3, they've won 3. They have a 2-game lead over us as we start this miniature 2-game series. Last evening, we talked to Bobby Magallanes. He fielded the questions that you emailed to him through me, and we're going to hear from Bobby taking your questions next on the Dugout Interview. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on The Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernels players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
Who cares what's in a hot dog? This country was built on the principle that wretched refuse could be made great. So when the tofu-obsessed among us ask what the hot dog is made of, well, the High Life man turns the question back on the questioner. You, sir, what are you made of? What spice do you add to the national knockwurst? No, you do not ask of the hot dog. The hot dog asks of you. Are you man enough to live the High Life? Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, USA.
Art from Palo read what he thinks to be an incredulous revelation by Houston Astros slugger Lance Berkman. According to Art, Lance Berkman says he wasn't drafted out of high school because scouts said his boyish face, he looked like a little boy, meant that he didn't have the look of a baseball player. And Art couldn't believe that, especially since Lance Berkman has proven himself to be a great major leaguer after a stellar career at Rice University. But do scouts sometimes look at a guy's face and say, well, he just doesn't look like a ball player?
Well, they look at everything, a body, face. I never heard of anybody saying that, you know, gosh, I don't like the guy's face, so he cannot play. But, yeah, I mean, a guy's face can say a lot, you know, about him, about, does he look in the eyes? Does he have that firm look where he likes to compete? But, obviously those scouts were wrong about Lance Berkman because he's a great ball player.
And, Bobby, you bring up a good point. No matter what we say in our society, we try to be blind to a guy's skin and his personality and his looks. But human nature is that when a scout maybe looked at Lance Berkman through no fault of Lance's, maybe he did have kind of a baby, boyish-looking face. And Lance can't help his appearances. But thankfully, after he got out of Rice University, the scouts didn't look at his face so much. They looked at his level, his ability.
Yeah, you're right. Obviously, he's turned out to be a tremendous ball player in the big leagues. And, again, having, scouted the last couple of years, we look at a lot of things, but I think it's not, I don't think it's very wise that just because of a guy's face, and not look at his ability, you say, I don't think this guy's a ball player.
Well, Lance Berkman has turned out to be just tremendous. Art, it is a true story that you read about. I did some research, and in fact, Lance Berkman was passed over out of high school because scouts said he didn't look like a ball player, but he is one. Bobby, thank you. Now we're going to move on to a question from Ellen of Swisher, Iowa. She'd like to know if you think Devil Race skipper Lou Piniella is getting impatient and discouraged about the lack of big progress being made by his Tampa Bay ball club. Lou is such a competitor.
He is such a competitor. I don't know Lou Piniella at all, just from what I hear in the papers, which, sometimes you can't really look into that. But obviously he's such a competitor, he wants to win. He probably gets a little bit impatient, but the one thing I think you got to realize that you need ball players to win. And, I don't think a manager has ever won a game. It's always been the players. But, you need talent. You need a team to play together and be good to win. And, Tampa Bay, it's a team that struggled the last couple of years, actually since they became a franchise. I just think that they need to really rebuild that minor league system and really do a job in terms of scouting as well to get those quality ball players. So, Bobby, I agree with you. I feel for a guy like Lou Piniella, who is so competitive and cares so much. The Devil Rays, you're right, have yet to win 70 games in their 6 seasons, and they made the mistake a few years ago of going out and getting a lot of high-priced talent, but those guys, unfortunately, were on the downside of their careers and didn't produce for Tampa Bay. And, gosh, winning, it's such an elusive formula. You mentioned scouting and development, and certainly they have the right guy at the top with Lou Piniella, but you can only just hope that he can be patient enough to see this thing through, because it does not happen overnight. No, it doesn't. I think the front office has to realize that as well. Lou Piniella is a good manager. He's intense. He's a guy that he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He'll tell you straightforward how he feels and how he wants things done. And I know if he had some talent, look what he did in Seattle. He did a great job in Seattle. And again, I think the front office has to realize that you do need players to win.
Very well put, Bobby. Ellen of Swisher, Iowa. If you are a Devil Ray fan or a Lou Piniella backer, let's hope you can hang in there with your team and your skipper. A break on the dugout interview. It's Friday evening, and we're going to have a big crowd on hand here for the nice weather in the second game of the Kernel 12-game homestand against the swing of the Quad Cities. Back with the final question from one of you fans to Kernel skipper Bobby Magallanes when we return. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
None of us can do anything about a bad day, but we can make certain nothing happens to all of our tomorrows. Take everything out of the hands of chance with a well-planned insurance program tailored specifically to your needs. Phil Andrews, your local Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, is an expert in insurance matters. Phil Andrews will develop the right insurance plan for your home, car, business, and life. Depend on Phil Andrews, your hometown professional with Pekin Insurance.
Who's that cool cooking man? To the grill, who's your patio? Your patio. Charwood, cottage for the man with the bun. Who's your patio? Your patio. He only cooks when number one for taste and fun.
Econo Foods is the place to save on Clemens Fine products this week. Shop Econo Foods for hot pricing on Clemens.
Bobby, finally, Michelle of Coralville, Iowa, heard Tommy Lasorda recently reminiscing about his outstanding infield from the mid-'70s. You may have been a little fella, but I bet you remember these names. Ron Say at third, Billy Russell at short, Davey Lopes at second, and Steve Garvey at first. Tommy Lasorda says those 4 guys were good friends off the field and hung out together quite often away from the ballpark. Michelle would like to know how common that kind of friendship and camaraderie is among teammates in the big leagues today.
Well, on championship ball clubs, it is common. Those teams that don't have that camaraderie, I don't care how much talent you have, it's not going to come together. And I remember that team. I grew up with those guys, watching those guys play. I can name the whole starting lineup from the 70s of the Dodgers. That was my team. I bled Dodger blue, as Tom Lasorda would say. And but they're right. You're right. I mean, that team was together for about 8-9 years in a row, and then we're going to postseason, quite a few years. And our team here with the Kernels, getting back with us here, we have that type of team. Everybody gets along. There's no really cliques. I mean, when these kids go out to have dinner, it seems like they all go out in a group, and I love to see that. And you know what? That's the manager's delight. And yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon, but it's common on championship ball. Bobby, I saw that recently on our road trip to Wisconsin. I was pleasantly surprised to see a table of like 12 Kernels, all different positions, levels of experience, just eating together. And I thought, man, I mean, these guys kind of like hanging out together. And in the modern day, in the big leagues at least, a lot of guys tend to go their separate ways and kind of just use the ballpark as their office or their place of work. But I'm glad to know that you do believe it's a hallmark of a championship caliber ball club, because it means that you're going to be there for each other, and you're going to talk baseball sometimes, and other times you're going to talk about your family or share some funny stories. You don't have to be serious all the time, but it's kind of nice to like to be friends off the field if that's the chemistry. Well, that's it. It's chemistry, and I've told these players that we're family. And in a family, as you know, John, it's I have a brother, and gosh, there's sometimes I just want to strangle him, but I love him. I mean, I can get mad at him, and 2 minutes later, hey, let's have some dinner. Hey, let's go to the movies, and we love each other. And that's on a baseball team. There's room for that. And these kids, they may sometimes get mad at each other, but I tell you what, game's over. But hey, let's go eat. Where are you going to go eat? I mean, that's family. That's what the family atmosphere is, and I try to keep that on this club, and I stress that, and I love the way these guys are coming around and really backing each other up and caring for one another. Well, Bobby, thanks. I'm glad those names were household words to you, and they sure did have a great run, 8 to 10 years together. Tommy Lasorda brought them up together. I remember as a kid going to Busch Stadium, and the Dodgers, Bobby, would even do their sprinting and warm-up together down the left field line at Busch Stadium. That's how much a team they were. Yeah, again, they always like hanging out with one another. To this day, they're still good friends. I mean, even with Mike Scioscia as a manager, he brought along 3 of his ex-Dodger teammates. I mean, that's how close they are. Where even after they're retired, they still look out for one another. Bobby, thanks so much again for this time. Every Friday, our fans certainly appreciate hearing you reflect on their wonderful and varied questions. Bobby Magallanes, a treat for you on this 12-game homestand. Here's a $5 gift certificate. You can redeem it at any of the area Zio Giano's Italian Spaghetti Houses. Perfect pasta, fresh homemade bread, the best in Italian cuisine at any of our Zio Giano's. Bobby, thanks again. Thanks, John.
That was Colonel Manager Bobby Magallanes last night before the tornado warnings and the torrential downpours on the Friday night Ask the Manager show. He covered a lot of different great topics thanks to you Colonel fans and your questions that you email to us each and every week for the Colonel Skipper. It's 73 degrees. It's Wright Elementary School night here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's a late Saturday afternoon, and the Kernels are taking on the team that holds a 2-game lead in the Western Division first half standings. The Kane County Cougars will have this evening's starting lineups in just a moment. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by plating 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Your National 27-hole Public Golf Course invites you to join our golf family all year with these great specials. 2-for-1 green fees with cart, 2-for-1 range ball, 2-for-1 mini golf. Listen to this unbelievable new special. Only $25 per person for unlimited golf with cart all day long on weekdays, and only $27 per person for unlimited golf including cart on weekends. Play unlimited twilight golf till dark with free riding cart for only $16 per person. Enjoy fast, friendly, and fun family golf at Cedar Rapids Airport National.
Students from Wright Elementary School with black wiffle ball bats in their hands are performing a stirring baseball song down below in their royal blue shirts, and a good crowd is on hand here. A very, very light drizzle is falling, but the weather's supposed to be good the rest of the evening, and the Kernels need to be good on this mini two-game homestand, a chance to tie Kane County atop the Western Division first half standings. The Cougars come in 25-15 as the Oakland Athletic affiliate in this Midwest League. The Kernels 23-17 are two back of Kane County and one half game behind the Clinton Lumber Kings. The skipper is Dave Joppy. He never played professional baseball, but he's worked his way up through the Oakland organization. He lives near Grand Rapids, Michigan, and this is the lineup that he'll send out this evening for Kane County. The shortstop is the leadoff batter, Brian Ingram. Luke Apert from the University of Minnesota will bat second and play second base. Hitting third for the visiting Cougars, their designated hitter, David Castillo. Vasily Spanos will be at first base. Spanos will bat cleanup. Hitting fifth at third base, Oakland's first-round pick last year, Brian Snyder. Dustin Majewski is in center field, and Majewski will hit sixth for Kane County. The catcher is David Harriman, and Harriman will bat seventh. Hitting eighth, Luis Perez. Perez in left field. And batting ninth in right field from Center Point, Iowa, just up I-380, Chris Trifle. On the hill, one of the league's best hurlers, Chris Dunwell. Dunwell's record is 6-1, a 3.74 ERA. Chris Dunwell is a 24-year-old right-hander taken in the 15th round of June's 2002 draft, and he went to San Diego State University. Dunwell beat the Kernels in this stadium about a month ago, Sunday, April 25th. He and the Cougars drubbed our ball club 12-2. In that outing, Dunwell 7 innings pitched. He allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, struck out 11, and walked none. Chris Dunwell, 6-1 on the year, making his ninth start of the season, no complete game. The league hitting .249 against Chris Dunwell. Allen Motor Company has a very exciting promotion that we're going to start to share with you during this homestand. Allen Motor Company, of course, presents our Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup throughout the season. And Allen's is celebrating their 101st year in business with a fabulous 101 birthday bash. And that means a lot of things to you, Kernel fans. First of all, listen to the savings on 2004 Buick LeSabres during Allen's 101st year birthday bash. Those 2004 Buick LeSabres start at just $19,995. That's a savings of $6,000 on every one of those 2004 Buick LeSabres. 2004 Buick Rainiers, brand new, 101st birthday bash sale priced at Allen's for just $32,847. That's a savings of over $7,100 on those brand new 2004 Buick Rainiers. Here's what makes the birthday bash even more enticing at Allen Motor Company. Your first year's maintenance is on them. That's right, your first year's maintenance is on Allen. They'll take care of everything the first year in terms of maintenance when you buy now during their 101st year birthday bash. Allen Motor Company, I-380 and Boyson Road, exit 25 in Hiawatha, proud to bring you the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Leading off, the second baseman, Howie Kendrick. Sean Rodriguez will be in center field, and he'll bat second. Hitting third in the Allen Motor Company order, and playing shortstop is Brandon Wood. Bobby Wilson is the designated hitter and cleanup batter. He owns a 10-game hitting streak, does the Kernel DH. Hitting fifth in the Allen Motor Company order, tops in the league with 36 RBIs, third baseman Matt Brown. Matt Pauley is in left field tonight, and he'll hit sixth. Batting seventh in the Allen Motor Company order, the right fielder, Blake Balcom. The first baseman, Caleb Mayer, will hit eighth. And batting ninth and catching, Tommy Duenas. On the hill for the Kernels is Michel Samar. He's won 3 and lost 2. The 22-year-old French-Canadian making his 8th start of the year. Samar, a 3.60 ERA. He was taken by Anaheim in 2002 out of St. Petersburg, Florida Junior College. Michel Samar last pitched Friday, over a week ago in Beloit. He was a 5-4 loser. He went 5 1/3 innings, yielding 5 runs on 6 hits. He fanned 4, and he walked 3. Michel Samar, 3-2 on the year, on the hill this evening against Kane County for the Kernels. That's the Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup. Anderson and Brown Eye Care, proud to present our Anderson and Brown Eye Care umpiring duo. A team of umpires has to focus on the goal of getting the calls correct. That ability to focus is an absolute necessity for umpires. Anderson and Brown Eye Care can help make sure your eyes focus properly for your everyday needs. Anderson and Brown Eye Care is your family eye care center. Anderson and Brown Eye Care is great with kids. In fact, they're the area leader in ocular health prevention and management. That's Anderson and Brown Eye Care. The Anderson and Brown Eye Care umpiring crew, the same one we've had the last 3 series. Clint Mahan and Mark Ripberger. Mahan will be behind the plate, and Mark Ripberger will be calling the balls and strikes. Before the Kernels take the field with their Cost Cutters Dream Team members from Wright Elementary School, we want to remind you that tomorrow, a 2 o'clock start, the weather's supposed to be improving as this homestand continues. A 2 o'clock start tomorrow, and Rock and Ray and Skydogs USA will be here to entertain you. The Kernels will also be welcoming our great friends from Viola Gibson School tomorrow. Again, the gates open at 1, and the game starts at 2 o'clock tomorrow. This evening, it's overcast. Virtually no breeze, though. The flag is perfectly still in right center. A very light drizzle is falling, but only a few folks have popped their umbrellas up. That's how light the mist is. We can call it a mist. And we certainly were sad that we couldn't pull it off last night with all the tornado sirens and the threat of really catastrophic conditions, and we did the right thing by not playing last night. The field was just unable to hold all the water that came down, over 2 inches of rain here, along with the threatening skies and the tornado warning. So we lost the game, not lost as in a defeat, but we couldn't play the game. So we're back here this afternoon, opening up a 2-game series against the team that's just 2 games ahead of us, and that is the Kane County Cougars. The Kernels have taken the field, and now their Cost Cutters Dream Team member, their companions, are trotting out onto the diamond as well, and they have their Cost Cutters soft toss baseballs with them, and they will get those Cost Cutters soft toss baseballs autographed by their Kernel partners. Deb Williams is our in-studio engineer. I'm John Rogers. And I want to remind you that you're tuned to Kernel Baseball here on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We're about set for the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Clancy Harrington, the regional president of the Dairy Queens. Clancy's been a longtime supporter of the Kernels through his association with Dairy Queen. And let's join the public address system for Clancy Harrington singing the Star-Spangled Banner. Well, first, the Marine Corps Navy Color Guard is going to present the colors. They're doing that between the pitching mound and second base. The colors have been presented. And now we're going to join Clancy Harrington of Dairy Queen. Clancy will sing the Star-Spangled Banner.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please join in the singing of the national anthem. It is being performed this evening by Clancy Harrington. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous skies, for the ramparts we watched would so gallantly
crowd late on a Saturday afternoon. The colors are going to be retired. The Cost Cutters Dream Team members from Wright Elementary School are about to leave the field. They'll stay in place to honor the retiring of the colors. We'll enjoy a battle between the Kernels and the Kane County Cougars next here on The Zone. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on The Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates of Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Advanced Systems, the leader in office technology, is like a great baseball coach when it comes to office productivity. Advanced Systems makes the most of your team. They do it with the latest technology for office productivity from Canon. They're also like a great trainer. Advanced Systems Advanced Life Support makes sure your office equipment runs at peak levels and fixes it fast if things go wrong. Hit it over the fence with Canon technology from Advanced Systems. Call 832-8291.
This is for the 21st century with Advanced Systems.
An overcast late Saturday afternoon as the Cost Cutters Dream Team members leave the field. Before this one starts, finals from this afternoon on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Annie Peterson, Al Shetler, and Gary Shubat. At Wrigley Field, the Cubs stomped the Cardinals 7-1. At Turner Field, the Dodgers broke a long losing streak and they whipped Atlanta 7-4. They're in the bottom of the fourth inning, and at Pro Player Stadium, Florida is pounding Arizona 10-0. In the American League on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, top of the fifth in the Coliseum, Oakland 2, the Royals 1. Bottom of the fifth at the ballpark in Arlington, the Yankees leading Texas 2-1. Everything else is tonight on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. We have groups to welcome here on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace above the Colonel First Base dugout here on the suite level. Quaker Oats Credit Union is here, and on the Randy Keel Confidence Pavilion, Total Marketing One, Iowa Precision, Commercial Federal Bank, and Mid-American Energy. And that Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion is really loaded with folks from those groups that I just cited. The Kernels are playing the Kane County Cougars for the seventh time here in the early going. Kane County 2 games ahead of the Kernels. The Kernels start play this afternoon 2 games behind the Cougars, a half game behind Clinton. Clinton is playing in South Bend tonight. South Bend leads the Eastern Division with a record of 26-15. Brian Ingram is first up for the visitors to face Michelle Samar. Samar trying to get back on the winning track. He lapsed one on May the 4th, and his last 2 outings have been a no decision and a loss. The game's first pitch is low to the left-handed batter, Brian Ingram. Remember, these Oakland A minor leaguers are taught to take pitch after pitch after pitch. That's the Oakland way, is to make the pitcher work deep into counts. Michelle delivers a strike at the knees to the left-handed batter, Brian Ingram, a .248 average, a homer, 11 RBIs. Ooh, a backdoor slider was a dandy. Strike 2 call to Ingram. Brian Ingram, a left-handed hitter out of Elon University. He's 23 years old. And he nubs one up the first base side. Michelle Samar glides to his right and then threw a very hard peg, only 30 feet from Caleb Mayer, but Brian Ingram taps back to the right of home plate to the left of Michelle Samar. Michelle made the play, 1-3, the put-out, pitcher to first baseman, and 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Here's Luke Appert, or I'm going to correct myself, Luke Appert. Luke Appert is from the University of Minnesota. He, like Brian Ingram, a left-handed batter. Appert hitting .234, 3 homers, 15 RBIs for Luke. 6th round pick of the A's last year. Open stance. And a letter high fastball is a strike called from Michelle Samar. Matt Brown with his hands down on his knees. A spread eagle stance at third is playing right on the edge of the grass. Strike 2 called as Samar gets ahead of the left-handed batter, 0-2. The outfield is very shallow. It started to rain a little bit harder now. That's unfortunate. But stay around, everybody. It's probably just a passing shower. Let's hope so. Another foul off the end of the bat. It almost ricocheted and hit David Castillo, the on-deck hitter. Oh, doggone. We just can't buy a break, can we? The baseball gods owe us a little bit. They wiped our game out last night, and it's coming down pretty good now, but I don't think this is going to be something that will prevent us from playing tonight. A slow roller, it's a foul ball. Tommy Duenas picked it up in fair ground. Why they called it foul, I do not know. Clint Mahan is hearing it from Michelle Samar and Tommy Duenas. Here comes Bobby Magallanes. That ball was a fair ball, and Clint Mahan, one of the members of our Anderson and Brown Eye Care umpiring duo, called it foul. It was fair, but he called it foul, and Bobby Magallanes back into the dugout. The count remains 0-2. Luke Appert out of the University of Minnesota. Oh, the rain has let up a little bit now. Here on Wright Elementary School night. Kane County, a robust hitting team just like the Kernels are. The Cougar team batting average 263. That's 5 points below ours of 268. Letter high fastball just upstairs, apparently. Ball 1 to the left-handed hitter. Because the Cougars are it's already stopped raining virtually. It's just barely spitting now. Because Kane County's an Oakland affiliate, they wear white shoes. A curveball mashed foul into the Colonel first base dugout. Still 1-2 to Luke Appert. Wears his gray road trousers all the way down near the tops of his white shoes. Michelle spins a curveball in low for ball 2. This batter should have been out. He tapped one to the right of home plate. Tommy Duenas fielded it cleanly through to first. At the plate umpire, Clint Mahan saw it another way. Swing and a miss by the batter. Michelle Samar came right in on the hands of Luke Appert and got him swinging for the second out of the first inning. Base is empty, 2 gone for David Castillo. David hitting .314, 5 homers, 22 RBIs. Castillo is from Corpus Christi, Texas. Oakland's 7th-round pick last June out of Oral Roberts University. That's in Oklahoma. David's a big, strong right-handed batter with those 5 homers. And a beautiful curveball is a strike called at the knees to the right-handed hitter. David Castillo holds his hands high above his back ear, almost fully extended up high. And a curve is outside from Michelle Samar. The lights are on here for this late Saturday afternoon start. Strike 2 called, a curveball. Matt Pauley in left, the center fielders Sean Rodriguez, and in right, Blake Balcom. Brandon Woods at short, Howie Kendrick at second, Caleb Mayer at first. The 1-2 from Frenchie. Ooh, just low. Remember, we'll have our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question coming up for you in the top of the 6th inning. We do that during all of our home broadcasts. Castillo whistles one into the screen foul. The count remains 2-2 to David. And we gave you a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard right before this game started. We'll have an update in the 3rd inning with our broadcast assistant, Matt Moss, especially those games being played on the West Coast. Let's see, they're playing in Oakland, they're playing down in Texas, and they're playing in Miami. And by that time, the game down in St. Petersburg, Florida might be underway. A curve is low, and the count's full to David Castillo. He's hit a couple of home runs against us this season, 2 of his 5. He hammers one foul over the Papa John's Plaza that stays full on the count. Boy, was it great to see the Wright Invention, W-R-I-G-H-T, from Wright Elementary School. They did a fantastic choral performance behind home plate facing the backstop that was all recorded on the Rockwell Collins Game Link. Strike 3 called! David Castillo took a step towards first, but no sir sent Clint Mahon, the plate umpire, a blistering Michelle Samar fastball at the knees, outside corner, and Michelle Samar comes out of the gate on fire as he sets the Cougars down in order in the top of the first inning. And after 1/2 inning, Kane County nothing, the Kernels coming to bat. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
A batter connecting with one right on the sweet spot is one of the most comforting sounds of summer. Thanks to Comfort Solutions by Banks, you can experience the comforting sounds of our national pastime in a home comfort system from Lennox. You can count on Comfort Solutions by Banks for friendly sales and service, free quotes, and high-efficiency, environmentally friendly Lennox equipment. Receive up to a $1,000 rebate or up to a 10-year extended warranty with the purchase of qualifying Dave Lennox Signature Collection Home Comfort Systems from Comfort Solutions by Banks. Offer expires May 31st, 2004. One offer per qualifying installation. Lennox, making your home a better place. Lennox dealers include independently owned and operated businesses. See your participating Lennox dealer, Comfort Solutions by Banks, for details.
When you need group transportation, there is only one name you need to remember. That name is Tri-State Travel, transportation provider for the Cedar Rapids Kernels and hundreds of other schools, organizations, and associations in the Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Waterloo area. Check our unblemished safety record, compare our pricing, and then climb aboard one of Tri-State Travel's modern deluxe motor coaches and experience our award-winning service. Tri-State Travel, the leader in motor coach group transportation.
Michelle Samar sets the side down in order. That's important in the first inning because Chris Dunwell is one of the best pitchers in the league. In 45 and 2/3 innings, he's yielded 45 hits, struck out 38 in 45 and 2/3. Only walked 8, and he has an ERA of 3.74. Howie Kendrick, one of 3 Kernels in the top 10 in the league in hitting. Howie with a 331 average. That's 4th highest in the league. Kendrick with 2 homers, 15 RBIs, and a team-high 13 doubles will stand in against Chris Dunwell. Here in the bottom of the first inning. A slider down and away, ball 1. Dunwell is from El Cajon, California, and he went to San Diego State. Ball 2, a curveball down and in. Howie steps out. Kendrick, a right-handed hitter. He's among the league leaders, not only in hitting, but in runs scored as well. A ground ball hit sharply to second, and his counterpart, Luke Appert, throws in time. Howie Kendrick hit a 2-hopper hard to the right side, but he's gone for the first out. Howie, in fact, tied the league lead in runs scored with 35. Sean Rodriguez is still on Mike Kuhlbeck's Who's Hot list. Rodriguez has hit safely in 13 of his last 14 games, a 382 clip. And that's boosted his average from 170 to 278. Sean, a right-handed hitter with 4 homers, 13 runs driven in. Ball 1 misses away from the right-hander. Now a fastball high from Chris Dunwell. Dunwell takes a trip on the backside of the slope. The rain is all but subsided. A looper foul over the Kernel first base dugout. Makes it 2-1 to Sean Rodriguez. We're just underway and no score. The league is hitting .249 against this right-hander. He was 4-0 in 30 relief appearances as a Cougar last year with a 3.21 ERA, and he paints the outside corner with a fastball, evening the count to Sean, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rodriguez, a 19-year-old, 3rd-round pick of Anaheim last year. Takes ball 3, a change up in the dirt. Sean's from Miami. And he's played second base, shortstop, third base, left field, center field, and right field for the Kernels. So that's 6 positions. The only 3 he hasn't played, first base, catch, and pitch. But I bet he could do those very well. The payoff pitch. Ooh, a late swing and a miss. A pitch high and outside, and Sean couldn't lay off. First strikeout for Dunwell, and 2 gone in the Colonel's first inning. Brandon Wood now hits. Brandon has his average up to 293. Wood has hit safely in 11 of his last 12 games. A .417 average in those dozen games. And he's lifted his average from 228 to its current impressive 293. A pop foul up onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, strike 1 on Brandon Wood. There's a fastball in for a strike call. Wood has 4 homers. He's second on the team to Matt Brown with 25 RBIs. The 0-2 is upstairs to Brandon. The next one is dribbled up the third base line, and it rolls foul. Foul ball as the pitcher hustling to his right, to our left. Chris Dunwell knocked it further into foul ground with his mitt. The Kernels are now tied for the league lead in home runs with 40. The only other team that can match that impressive number is the Dayton Dragons. Dayton is dragging a little bit. They're 16 and 25. They're tied for the cellar in the Eastern Division. They'll be coming in as part of this 12-game homestand. In fact, they come in. We'll see the Cincinnati Red minor leaguers starting Monday evening. A deep drive to left. If it's hooking. Fair! Home run! Brandon Wood! Brandon touches off his 5th of the year. He hit it onto 8th Avenue. The only question was fair or foul. Then the plate umpire, Clint Mahan, signaled towards the infield. Fair ball. Brandon Wood belted one over the Blimpie Subs foul pole onto 8th Avenue. And those groups I mentioned just a little bit ago on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, Total Marketing One, Iowa Precision, Commercial Federal Bank, Mid-American Energy, they all got a bird's eye view of a prestigious clout, his 5th home run of the year, Brandon Wood. The only question was fair or foul, and I honestly couldn't tell from here. I could tell you what I was echoing over and over, hooking. It was hooking, but it stayed fair, and it's 1-0 Kernels. Bobby Wilson has taken a couple of pitches low, and Bobby's ahead 2-0. He owns an 8-game hitting streak, or a 10-game hitting streak. He drives one to deep right, but there's center point Urbana's Chris Treidel right in his tracks to spear it, and that ends the Kernel first inning. 1 run on 1 hit. The Kernels now have 41 home runs to lead the Midwest League in that department. No Cougar errors, and the Kernels leave the bases empty. After 1 inning on this overcast late Saturday afternoon, Kernels 1, Kane County nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car. Now when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX lease, 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Dan Patrick,
Ron Dibble.
What is the total now? I don't have the tattoo tote board on Rex Dibble, but I think he's approaching 20.
When he's dressed reasonably well, like if he wears a suit, can you see any of the tattoos?
No, but he wears mediums. Would you say that's right, Joe?
Yes, yeah.
Kind of a small and a medium shirt.
Is he changing that with the whole steroid controversy?
Well, there's been random testing in here. He tested positive for ho-hos and ding-dongs. I do know that.
The Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Over the Blimpie Subs and Salads left field foul pole has taken the Kernels to an early lead this afternoon. Vasily Spanos, a husky right-handed batter with an open stance, looks at a curve for a strike call, and now a breaking pitch is low from Michel Samar, broad-shouldered right-hander. Frenchy, that's what his teammates call him. And a curve is outside, ball 2 to Vasily. Spanos is hitting .296. He has slugged 3 homers, driven in 19. 1-0 Kernels. Ball 3 just outside, and Spanos is ahead now. The Kernels have only made 28 errors in 40 games this year. That's very good defense. Spanos lines one past diving shortstop Brandon Wood into center field. And the leadoff batter on a 3-1 count got one to his liking and bashed it to the right, or checked that to the left of the diving Brandon Wood on one hop into center. Brian Snyder at the plate. One thing about Kane County, they won't intimidate you with their running game. They're tied for last in the league in that department. They've only stolen 21 bases in 40 games. Now, that doesn't mean they're not capable of stealing. It just means that it's not a big part of their offense. A breaking ball low and away, backhanded by Tommy Duenas. Ball 1 to Snyder. Bryan hitting .310, 3 home runs, 26 runs driven in. He uses a two-tone color bat, a brown handle and a black barrel. Samar delivers high, ball 2. Out to the mound goes Tommy Duenas. Tommy is wearing a pair of red Anaheim Angels shin guards, a red chest protector, and a red batting helmet. The Colonel outfield plays Snyder shallow. Bryan went to Stetson University. First-round pick of Oakland last year. Open stance. Ball 3 looked pretty good from here. And you know what the Oakland A philosophy is. Well, if you don't, it's well documented in the best-selling book by Michael Lewis, Moneyball. And that is they draft college players, and they teach them to take, and force count. And get on base. The big thing in Oakland is on-base percentage. Walk as many times as you can. A strike on a 3-0 pitch from Michel. Short lead at first by Vasily Spanos. A drive to right center for extra bases. Sean Rodriguez won't get it. This should tie the game. Vasily Spanos is racing around third. Here he comes, and the relay throw home not made by Howie Kendrick. We're tied 1-1. Vasily Spanos belted a double into right center. Sean Rodriguez made a great effort to cut it off before it got to the wall. But Brian Snyder has tied the game at 1 here in the top of the second inning. A disappointing start for Michel Samar as he's unable to hold the lead here early on. The batter, Dustin Majewski, left-handed hitter. Michel has struggled his last couple of times out. In fact, in his last 2 starts, 10 in the third innings, he's given up 9 runs on 15 hits. So he just hasn't been himself his last 2 times out. Let's see if he can keep this a tie game with a runner at second and nobody out. Majewski rips one into right. Blake Balcom will throw to the cutoff man, and that prevents Kane County from taking the lead. Doggone it, the Cougars have rallied here with 3 straight hits, all hard-hit balls. They have runners at first and third with nobody out, and David Harriman, the catcher, at the plate. Michel Samar looked great in the first inning, but his stuff has soured on him here in the second to the tune of 3 straight hits and a run for Kane County. David Harriman, the number 7 hitter, batting .299. 3 homers, 12 RBIs. He's taking a long look at his skipper, Dave Chappie, coaching at third base. Oh, boy, when you get that big run to take the lead in the first inning, you try like heck to prevent the opposition from answering in their next at-bat, but you don't blame Michelle Samar. You credit the Kane County Cougars. Curveball is a strike in there to David Harriman. David's from Canada, but he's from the English part of Canada, British Columbia. Went to Armstrong Atlantic State. That's in Savannah, Georgia. Curve, and it's knuckled foul to the base of the backstop, and Michelle's ahead of the batter, 0-2. The rain has stopped, and a good-sized crowd is on hand here, including the big contingent from Wright Elementary School. First and third, nobody out. The right-handed hitter swings and misses, strike 3. Huge strikeout for Michelle Samar, because now a double play would get the Kernels out of this jam. And we are in a jam, first and third, 1 away. The Cougars have tied the game with 3 straight hits, but Michelle Samar struck out David Harriman, a huge strikeout. Luis Perez, the number 8 hitter, bats here in the second inning with a chance to put Kane County on top. He's a .267 batter, a couple of homers, 22 RBIs for Luis Perez from Venezuela. 66 games with Vancouver last season, hit .273 up in the great Northwest. A homer, 24 RBIs. The year before, in the Arizona Rookie League, he hit .339, Luis Perez. Ball 1 in the dirt, and a good stop by Tommy Duenas. It was a breaking pitch. Brian Snyder at third. Dustin Majewski at first. The right-handed batting Perez with an open stance. Lays off a curve, ball 2. That's one thing Michelle Samar has done a lot of here in the early going, is rely on his curveball rather than coming right after the hitters with his fastball. Michelle working from the stretch. Perez is 6 feet even, 160 pounds. And a double play ball to Brown. He throws to second out. Howie to first. Got a pull! Got a pull! Around the horn, 5-4-3, third base, second base, first base, and Michelle Samar does a marvelous job pitching out of a jam. Skydog USA and Rockin' Ray are making their first appearance here this afternoon. In the second inning, 1 run for the Cougars on 3 base hits. There were no Kernel errors, a double play. The Cougars leave a runner aboard, and after an inning and a half, it's the Kernels and Kane County tied at 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Rev it up. Get the key to buying and selling your next vehicle with the Corridor edition of Wheels for You. This automotive publication is available in over 400 locations near you every other Friday. Pick up your free copy today and put yourself in the driver's seat with Wheels for You. Call 800-397-8234 to place your ad today or visit us online at www.corridorwheelsforyou.com. Wheels for You, a publication of Gazette Communications.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll. Hey, Kernels. Hey, 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 Kernels.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Skydogs USA. That's right, Kernels fans. Skydogs USA will be performing at the Vet during games on Saturday, May 22nd, and again on Sunday, May 23rd. Get your tickets today at the Veterans Memorial Stadium box office or call 896-7560. It's going to be a howling good time.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll.
The way to pocket important savings is to take advantage of Chevron motor oils and lubricants from the Otson Oil Company, your local Chevron oil distributor. Chevron lubricants are made from higher quality base oils for better performance, and that means longer life for your engine. Contact the Otson Oil Company in Cedar Rapids for details on how you can save time and money with Chevron lubricants. The Otson Oil Company, serving Iowa with quality lubricants since 1933. Visit Otson Oil Company at www.otson.com.
We're tied at 1 as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Brandon Wood, a 2-out home run, his 5th of the year, and the first for the Kernels. The Cougars answered with 3 straight hits to start the second inning against Michelle Samar. But remember, Kane County had runners at first and third with nobody out. Michelle got a strikeout and a double play, so the Kernels have the momentum in this game. Halo happenings, results from around the Anaheim organization. Let's start with our parent club. The Angels knocked off Baltimore at Angel Stadium in Anaheim last night. Former Colonel Scott Keels, 4-0. He's 4-0, the 1998 Colonel right-hander who appeared in over 60 games out of the bullpen. Shields struck out 3 batters in an inning in the third of relief, and he earned his 4th win of the year for our parent club. Former Colonel Steve Green, a French-Canadian, just like our starter tonight, Michelle Samar. Steve Green was a loser for AAA Salt Lake last night. They were nipped by Oklahoma City 4-3. Steve Green gave up 2 hits, 4 runs, walked 7 in 4 innings, and he's now 3-5 for the AAA Salt Lake club. Matt Brown leads the league with 36 RBIs. He backs away from a curveball, ball 1. Brown with a .276 average, recently garnered Midwest League Player of the Week honors. Hey, Rockin' Ray's down below with one of his Sky Dogs. Swing and a miss by Matt, strike 1. A little girl and, well, several little children now are coming up to pet Rockin' Ray's Sky Dog USA. They did a marvelous job retrieving frisbees on the diamond between the top of this second inning and the bottom of the second. Ball 2 outside from Dunwell. Arkansas trounced Frisco 6-0, and boy, did former Colonels do well for the Arkansas Travelers. Dallas McPherson homered and had 3 RBIs. Brownie shoots one into right field, Triple on the run, puts the brakes on and snares it for the first out. Hey, Matt Brown put good wood on it. He lined to right for the first out here in the Colonel's second inning. 1-1 our score, and Matt Pauley the batter. Matt is 7th in the league in hitting with a .328 average, 3 homers, 23 RBIs, a left-handed hitter. Alberto Cayaspo, Nick Gorneau, and Mike Elward, all former Colonels, had 2 hits apiece in Arkansas's 6-0 pounding of Frisco last night. A fastball on the outside corner, strike 1 to Pauley. Stockton beat our California League affiliate, the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, 7-4. A high pop-up to the left side. The left fielder saunters in, and Luis Perez in shallow left gloves it 2 away in the Colonel's second inning. Blake Balcom at the plate. In the Rancho Cucamonga loss, Jared Abruzzo had a home run. Greg Porter, a former Colonel, had 2 hits. And former Colonel John Toledo saw his record slip to 1-4. Toledo gave up 5 hits, 5 runs, and walked 4 in 4 2/3 innings. Halo happenings, results from around the Anaheim Angel organization. We thank Mike Kuhlbeck, our Director of Public Relations and Marketing. A strike is in. 2 right-handed hitting Blake Balcom. Blake batting with 2 out, nobody on, bottom of the second. Strike 2 called, a changeup. Matt Brown is lined to right. Matt Pauley is flown to left. Balcom hitting .263. Lays off a curve in the dirt for ball 1. Blake is from Florida State. And his white pants worn right underneath his knees so you can see all of his red socks. On a 1-2 count, Balcom tomahawk foul out of play down the right side. In Thursday night's homestand opener, Blake was 1 for 3, a stolen base and a walk. Another 1-2 is wrapped to second base. A big hop to Luke Appert and on to first to retire Blake Balcom and the Kernels. 1-2-3, nothing across in the second for the Kernels. We go to the top of the third, and we're tied with Kane County. 1-1. You're tuned to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, man, what's up? Just getting ready to kick your butt. Right. And mess up your hair? You just wish you could look this good. No, nothing but that. Hey, I'm a busy guy. I don't have time to make my hair look as good as yours. I mean, who has time to schedule an appointment, let alone show up for it? Not me. I just go to Cost Cutters. I can get in whenever it's convenient for me. Nice shot. Yeah. So you're telling me you just walk into Cost Cutters and come out looking good? Well, for some of us, that comes naturally. But Cost Cutters makes it easier. They can do anything you want. A cool cut, even some color, and get some of that styling gel stuff to keep you looking good. Like me. Oh, so that's why your hair never moves. Oh, you're funny. Cost Cutters. Thanks, man. This will save me some time. Great. Then you'll have time to work on your game. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Are you a busy guy? Save yourself time and walk into one of our area's 12 Cost Cutters whenever it's convenient for you. Then relax, because Cost Cutters will make things easy and affordable for you.
Cost Cutters. Live your life. We always have time for your hair.
People say that I can't decide things. They are so wrong, but I could be wrong about that.
A U.S. Bank check card with checking that pays gives you a choice of rewards, like cash, points for merchandise and gift certificates, World Perks miles, or even sweepstakes entries.
Easy decision. I'll take the cat. No, it's a sweep.
Sign up at your local U.S. Bank or call 1-800-720-BANK.
I've made up my mind to put off my decision. That is final.
U.S. Bank.
No, wait.
See banker for complete details. Member FDIC.
Kernel outfield straight away for Chris Kreidel. Chris is from Center Point, Urbana, hitting 133, a homer, 4 RBIs. 1-1 our score, and a slider, a strike call to the tall right-handed batter, Chris Kreidel. He's in his, his 4th or 5th year of pro ball, a late swing and a miss. He broke in the year 2000, so believe it or not, even though Chris is just 21 years old, this is his 5th year of professional baseball. Michelle Samar's ahead of him, 0-2. And strike 3 called at the knees, a slider. Chris Kreidel is rung up by the plate umpire Clint Mahon, and there's one away here in the top of the 3rd inning. What a great thrill for our Culver small fry of the game, Alexa Michelson. As the Culver small fry of the game in the bottom of the 2nd inning, after the Kernels were retired in the bottom of the 2nd, Alexa Michelson got to go out right on the field of play with her Culver's cap on. Mr. Shucks held her hand, and Colonel third baseman Matt Brown autographed that Culver's cap of Alexa Michelson. Mr. Shucks then gave our Culver's small fry a certificate good for a free kids meal at either of the Culver's frozen custard and Butterburger restaurants. It's 2-0 to the leadoff batter. Now a strike called to Brian Ingram. He tapped out to the right side. Michelle Samar to Caleb Mayer in the 1st inning. Michelle behind 2-1 fires a strike called on the outside corner to even the count 2-2. You can register your daughter or son for their chance to take the field as the Culver's small fry of the game by visiting either of the Culver's frozen custard and Butterburger restaurants. One is across from Allen Motor Company, North Center Point Road, right off Boyson Road in Hiawatha. The second Culver's frozen custard and Butterburger restaurant in front of the Windsong 12 Theater Complex on the southwest side. Michelle Samar is taking a tongue depressor or a popsicle stick to his spike to tap out the mud. The payoff pitch to Ingram is drilled into the right field corner for extra bases. Let's see if Blake Balcom can hold him to a double. No, he may get a triple. He's rounding second, and he stops there as Blake made a fine play at the base of the 325 mark. It's the 11th double of the year for Brian Ingram. He cracked one into the right field corner beyond the reach of Blake Balcom for the 4th hit of the evening, or afternoon rather, for Kane County, and the Cougars have the go-ahead run at first, or second rather, with one out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Luke Appert could put Kane County ahead for the first time this afternoon. When the Kernels bat in the bottom of the 3rd, we'll have our revised look, our most updated scores on the State Farm Major League scoreboard, so stay tuned for that. Big gap in right center for Luke Appert, as Sean Rodriguez is playing in very shallow and way into left center. Matt Pauley extremely shallow in left field Ball one outside, another curve from Michelle Samar. A line shot, one hop stab by Caleb Mayer, and he takes it unassisted to first. Caleb Mayer took a run away from the Cougars with a fine stop on a one-hop bullet. Luke Appert, I think, hit it off the end of the bat. I'm surprised the crowd didn't give a bigger hand to Caleb because he made a very fine play, reaching to his left to prevent that ball from getting by him. Brian Ingram did go to third on the play as Luke Appert hit a one-hop bullet that Caleb Mayer came up with at first base. 2 away for David Castillo. He struck out looking to end the Kane County first inning. Beautiful Uncle Charlie, a strike at the knees to David Castillo, the number 3 hitter, with a .314 average. The Kernel pitching staff is ranked right in the middle now with the Midwest League, a 3.86 team ERA, 7th out of 14 teams. Yellowhammer dips below the knees of the batter, and Tommy Duenas had to block it. He did so the go-ahead run at third, Brian Ingram, stayed anchored on the bag. Kane County wears sleeveless tops, or I guess the best way to describe them, kind of strongman shirts. They don't have the conventional sleeves. They wear black shirts underneath their gray road jerseys. Ball 2 low to Castillo. The Cougars have black numbers trimmed in green, black socks, and then those Oakland Athletic white shoes with green trim. The Kernels in their all-white home uniforms with red caps. Ball 3 dips low to the right-handed hitter Castillo. Yes, the threatening weather kept a few folks away, but not many, especially from Wright Elementary School. Look out here. Will Michelle be able to get the batter on a 3-1 pitch? No, he walked him, and Tommy Duenas saved a run with a terrific stop on a pitch in the dirt. Michelle Samar appeared to pitch around David Castillo. It looked like he'd rather face the cleanup batter, Vasily Spanos. There aren't too many Vasilis in professional baseball. There are a ton of Vasilis playing soccer in Romania and hockey in Russia, and Vasily has a very unusual name. As I described him in the second inning, he led off with a single and he scored when the next man, Brian Snyder, doubled. Vasily Spanos has a very muscular, husky body. Big feet. They list him at 6'1", 225. He played collegiately in Bloomington, Indiana. A Big Ten guy from the University of Indiana, right-handed hitting Vasily Spanos. Ball 1 low from Michelle Samar. Michelle trying to work out of a first and third 2-out jam here in the top of the third inning. Game tied 1-1. Swing and a foul over the backstop. Big round of applause for a young lady that caught it on the rebound, and she'll be awarded a lifetime honorary Kernel contract as well as a free spaghetti dinner to Zio Janos when she shows that baseball at the Blimpie Guest Services booth. Swing and a miss. Spanos chased a high curveball, tried to tomahawk it, and missed it, strike 2. It's cloudy, it's overcast, no wind at all here. High humidity, temperature 73 degrees. Michelle ahead. And a pitch nub foul off the mask of Tommy Duenas. Outfield play Spanos straight away. The plate umpire, Clint Mahon, dusts off home plate. Spanos has a wide stance. He bats from a deep crouch, and he rests his wide-ash bat right on his back shoulder. And loops one into shallow center. Howie Kendrick on the edge of the grass. 2 steps into the outfield, makes the catch. Hey, Michelle Smart did it again. He got out of trouble and keeps this game even at 1. Vasily Spanos hit it off the end of the bat and looped it behind the bag at second, where Kendrick caught it. No runs for Kane County in the third. One hit, a walk. There were no Colonel errors. The Cougars leave a pair and have left 3 aboard. A look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard comes your way in the home half of the third as we head there. Kernels 1, Cougars 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
When we met in spaghetti, we would never forget the Ojanos. Now it's where mi amore and I, Danny, we carry out the lunch at the dinner all the time. Lasagna, ravioli, mandagati, cannelloni, tortellini. Or try the delicious sub sandwiches too. The Ojanos is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember the Ojanos with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy all around each generation. They got their own kind of sound. I'm just shout it out.
Is Tim Kirkchin a metrosexual? Have you ever waxed your body hair?
Absolutely not.
Do you moisturize daily?
No.
Has a gay man ever hit on you?
Yes.
Did you like it? Tim Kirkchin's grade. Golick was an 8. I was a 29. Your score is a 10, which means you are a possible future metrosexual.
Closer to Golick.
Can I tell you what you were 1 point away from in the 0 through 9 point range? The first line would have been stud. You're a manly man.
Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio.
Rockin' Ray and one of his Skydog USA's, Sonny, with a fabulous job of some long-distance frisbee retrieving before we open up the bottom of the third inning in a 1-1 game. Remember, Rockin' Ray and his Skydogs will be back tomorrow at 2 o'clock start against these Cougars. The Kernels will either be a game out of first or 3 games back. That's how pivotal this series is. Caleb Mayer, the number 8 hitter in the Allen Motor Company order, will be first up against right-hander Chris Dunwell. State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, and Gary Schubert proud to bring us our first look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. And as Caleb bats, we'll start with afternoon action. Colonel Broadcast Assistant Matt Moss, how did the Cubs and Cards do at Wrigley today?
Well, John, today at Wrigley, the Cubs got the best of the Redbirds, putting them, edging them 7-1.
Ball one outside to Caleb Mayer, a right-handed hitter. Caleb is hitting 198, 2 homers, 10 RBIs. He slaps one foul into the rafters of the first base grandstand roof, and it's 1-1 to Caleb Mayer. There was some other afternoon action in the National League.
Yes, there was. Not a lot of games. A lot of games are being played tonight, but in the limited amount of daytime action in the National League, the Dodgers beat the Braves at Turner Field by a score of 7-4.
Caleb rips one down the left field line for extra bases. It's off the base of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. No extra bases. Caleb was held to a long single by Luis Perez. Caleb tattooed that ball so hard that it hit the base of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, and Luis Perez got it back in to hold Caleb Mayer to a long single. But that's a great start with this game tied at 1. Here in the bottom of the third, Tommy Duenas will bat. And that, with all the excitement, I know the Dodgers snapped the losing streak at Turner Field, but what was that final again in Atlanta?
Well, the Dodgers snapped an 8-game losing streak, John, and the final in that game was 7-4.
And anything else this afternoon in the National League?
And the only other game that's been completed so far at Pro Players Stadium, the Florida Marlins trounced the Arizona Diamondbacks 11-2.
Oh, boy. Bob Brenly's crew took it on the chin. A toss to first, Caleb Mayer. Ordinarily not a running threat, 1 steal in 3 tries, but the Cougars know that the Kernels lead the league in stolen bases, so they can't be too careful. Tommy Duenas, a 173 hitter with a couple of homers, 8 RBIs, launches one into center. Drifting back is Dustin Majewski, and he has it. Tommy Duenas' first pitch swinging has flied out to center. Caleb held it first. American League, State Farm Major League scoreboard.
Well, John, in the top of the 9th at the Coliseum in Oakland, the Kansas City Royals pulled a 4-2 advantage over the Oakland A's. And the only final in the American League so far, the Texas Rangers squeaked one by the New York Yankees by a score of 4-3.
And that game was down at the ballpark in Arlington. Howie Kendrick grounded out sharply to second his first time up. Matt, as far as games later tonight in the American League.
Tonight in the American League at Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, the Devil Rays will be taking on the Cleveland Indians. At Fenway Park, Boston is going to meet against the Blue Jays. At the Metrodome, the Twins are taking on the White Sox. At Anaheim, our parent club, will be playing against the Baltimore Orioles. And at Safeco Field, the Seattle Mariners will take on the Detroit Tigers.
A curve is a strike call to Howie Kendrick, fourth in the league with a .331 average. A throw to first, and Caleb ahead of the tag by Vasily Spanos. And Matt, in the National League, what do we have this evening?
Well, tonight San Francisco and Montreal are playing in San Juan, Puerto Rico. The San Diego Padres and will be at the Philadelphia Phillies.
The 0-1 to Kendrick from Chris Dunwell. Curve and a swing and a miss, strike two.
Milwaukee Brewers will be playing at Pittsburgh Pirates. At the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, it'll be the Reds versus the Astros. And at Shea Stadium, the Mets will take on the Colorado Rockies.
Well, let's see if Howie can climb out of this 0-2 count. He squibs one foul to the on-deck circle where Sean Rodriguez took a swipe at it. Matt Moss, our broadcast intern, with the latest on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, and Gary Shubat. Caleb Mayer, the go-ahead run at first with a short lead. Dunwell to Kendrick, high and away with a fastball. Defensively for Kane County on the infield, Brian Snyder at third, Brian Ingram the shortstop, Luke Appert at second, and Vasily Spanos holding the runner, Caleb Mayer at first. Dunwell throws over again, and Caleb back safely again. David Harriman's the catcher, the outfield left to right, Luis Perez, Dustin Majewski, and center pointer Ben is Chris Treidel. Swing and a miss by Howie. He's down on strikes. The breaking ball hit him in, and there are two away here in the bottom of the third inning. The batter, Sean Rodriguez. The Kernels took the lead on a two-out home run over the Blimpie Subs and Salads left field foul pole by Brandon Wood in the first inning, his fifth of the year. The Cougars countered with three straight hits in the top of the second against starter Michelle Samar. Sean Rodriguez has a big splotch of dirt on the backside of his white home trousers, and he cuts at a curveball and didn't get it, strike one. Rockin' Ray and his Sky Dogs USA are putting on quite a show between innings here, dazzling these fans, and we do have a good crowd on hand. The 0-1 to Sean. Fastball, strike two on the outside corner. Boy, Dunwell has really put the hammer down on the Kernels after giving up the leadoff single to Caleb Mayer. The outfield plays Sean straight away. Rodriguez with a .278 average. Struck out his first time up. A curve is downstairs, and it's ball one to the Kernel right-handed hitter. Hey, there's lots of folks out on the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM home run hot tub of family. Matt Moss, can you make out by our ready sheet who is out there this evening? It may be noted. The 1-2 to Sean Rodriguez. Swinging a foul.
It says the Kyle Chapman family, John.
Oh, my goodness. I know Kyle Chapman. His son, Carter Chapman, goes to Coolidge Elementary School. And there's Carter Chapman in his swimming trunks. They're listening to the game. Matt, they're listening to the game on the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM home run hot tub. You said magic words, Matt Moss. Kyle Chapman. He is the father of Carter Chapman. Dana Chapman is a season ticket holder with Aon Consulting, and it looks like we're coming loud and clear out there to the Chapmans. Wow, Matt, the magic of radio.
Yeah, they're giving us away.
Here's one belted to deep left near the foul line. Fair ball. Can Caleb Mayer score? They're going to have to hold him at third on a ringing double by Sean Rodriguez. Sean Rodriguez doubled down the line just to the right of where Carter Chapman and his mom and dad are watching the ball game high above the left field wall. And doggone it, the Colonels, a tough break. Had Caleb Mayer been able to stretch his long single into a double, he would have scored on that extra base hit by Sean Rodriguez, but the Colonels just hitting the ball too hard to, Caleb did at least, to get a leadoff double. He's at third, and Rodriguez is at second, and out to the hill is the pitching coach for the Kane County Cougars, Fernando Arroyo. Well, I had no idea that the Chapmans had the radio on out there on the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM home run hot tub, and Carter Chapman was at Coolidge School last week, or 2 weeks ago, when Howie Kendrick, you and I read the story, Matt.
Yeah, we're reading all the story that we're reading to all the elementary schools this year is Shoeless Joe Jackson and Black Betsy. It's a story about how Shoeless Joe overcame a hitting slump, this terrible hitting slump that he was in before his professional career.
And he had the greatest year ever by a rookie using his prized bat, Black Betsy. Brandon Wood could put the Colonels ahead with 2 out and 2 on. A letter-high fastball, a strike to Brandon. Brandon slugged his 5th home run of the year over the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, his first trip up. Second and third for the Colonels, 2 away. The Colonels have thrived on 2-out hits this year. Look out, a breaking pitch almost hit Brandon, and that's ball 1. I had no idea that Kyle, Dana Chapman, and their son Carter were enjoying the game on the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM home run hot tub. A curve is pounded foul to the right of Caleb Mayer, the runner at third, and it puts Brandon in the hole 1 and 2. That's all right. Brandon was in the hole last time when he blasted one over the Blimpie Subs and Salads left field foul pole.
There goes Rhodey.
Yeah, Ron Klein out of the Colonel dugout. Why he doesn't give that ball to a kid, I'll never know. Brandon trying to battle out of a hole. Take strike 3 called. And the Colonels are foiled in their bid to take the lead in this game as Chris Dunwell painted the outside corner, his 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. No runs for the Colonels despite a couple of hard hit balls, 2 hits. There were no Kane County errors. The Colonels leave a pair. Our first 2 stranded this afternoon. Now it's evening. It's just after 6 o'clock. As we go to the top of the 4th, the Colonels and Cougars tied at 1. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
For more than 70 years, Rockwell Collins has been dedicated to providing innovative and dependable aviation electronics and communication solutions worldwide. We also bring a dedication of excellence to our communities to help ensure growth and prosperity. The long-standing partnership between Rockwell Collins and the Kernels is one way we're enhancing the quality of life in our community and making Cedar Rapids the best place to live and work. Rockwell Collins and the Cedar Rapids Kernels, partners on and off the field.
Benjamin Franklin once said,
"Glass, china, and reputation are easily cracked, but never well mended."
At Benjamin Franklin, the punctual plumber, we believe you deserve respect for favoring us with your business. We'll never forget that. That's why we do our best to give you service so special you'll want to tell your friends about it. We believe that honesty is the best policy. Benjamin Franklin said so.
You know it.
Our plumber will arrive at your house fully uniformed. You never have to wonder or fear who's at your door, because only the few, the best, and the talented can wear the Benjamin Franklin uniform. Our simple pricing system takes the panic out of calling a plumber. We give you the options first, and you grant approval before we do the work. There are never any surprises.
Splendid.
When we say we'll be there, or we'll give you a Benjamin Franklin, a $100 bill.
Benjamin Franklin, a punctual plumber.
Fast-moving game between 2 of the top teams in the Western Division first half standings. The first place Kane County Cougars and the Kernels. A check swing on an 0-1 pitch and a slow roller to Howie Kendrick, who flips to first. Brian Snyder was cheated out of a swing. He got behind on a Michelle Samar curveball and then tried to check his swing. The ball ricocheted off the barrel of his bat and rolled to second. one out, an easy put out for Michelle Samar, who's pitched well so far here tonight. Each team has, well, I take that back. The Cougars have out-hit the Kernels 4-3 in a 1-1 game. It's just past 6 o'clock here in Eastern Iowa. We want to remind you that you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, 1600 AM. A fastball just inside, the left-handed hitting Dustin Majewski. Majewski singled his first time up. He drives one off his fifth foul onto the third base grandstand roof. The lights are on, but things are brightening by the moment. We had a hard downpour for about a minute and a half back in the first inning. That was it. The batter falls in the hole 1-2 as he slots one foul high up into the backstop. A new batch of baseballs from the Kernel first base dugout to plate umpire Clint Mahan. He wears those kangaroo pouches on the side of his gray umpiring trousers. And he wears a navy blue short sleeve shirt. The 1-2 from Samar. Strike! He called Michelle Samar with his fifth strikeout. And there are two away quickly in the Cougar fourth inning. Matt Moss, we have a huge treat in store for our fans this coming Tuesday, May 25th.
This Tuesday, May 25th, the Futon Connection will be giving away 1,000 miniature basketballs to the first 1,000 fans entering the stadium.
Yes, and I've seen those playground balls.
I have too.
They're great with the Futon Connection logo on them and the Kernel logo. And that date again?
The date is Tuesday, May 25th, this coming Tuesday.
They go to the first 1,000 fans, regardless of age or gender, and the gates open at 5:30 for the Futon Connection premium giveaway of playground balls. Michelle Samar may be on his way to an easy inning. He spins a curveball into David Harriman. Now a pitch down and in, another curveball. Our great friend Patty Kelly is going to join us in the bottom of the fourth inning. Patty is from Wright Elementary School, and she's our honored guest, one of several hundred that Chad Paraboom and Principal Holly Becker have assembled on Wright Elementary School Day here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. No easy inning as a line drive whistles past Brandon Wood. The shortstop kicked by Sean Rodriguez for an error, and the runner goes to second. Out at second! Somehow Rodriguez recovered and threw the batter out. Harriman is arguing. David Harriman is arguing. So is the manager, Dave Chappie. Sean Rodriguez muffed a ball, hit hard past Brandon Wood into center for a 2-out single, but Rodriguez apparently beat the base runner, David Harriman. It went 8-4, 8-4, and Dave Joppy still all over Mark Ripperger, and Dave Joppy may be ejected from this game. Meanwhile, you've never seen anything like it. Rockin' Ray has a sky dog, Matt Moss, doing what?
Jumping rope, John.
I've never seen a dog jump rope in all my years.
He got a little tangled up right there.
I have never seen a dog jump rope, but Sky Dogs USA, well, now he's barking. There he goes. I've never seen a dog be able to jump rope. In the fourth inning, no runs for King County, one hit, no Kernel errors, and nobody left for the Cougars. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Patty Kelly from Wright Elementary School will visit with us. It's the Kernels 1, King County 1, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Would you like to meet Cedar Rapids River Raiders Kenyon Murray and Dean Oliver and help a great cause? I'm Scott Unash from the Zone ESPN Radio 1600 AM, and I'd like to invite you to the 4th Annual Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction. It's Tuesday, June 8th, 5:30 at the College Plaza, Cedar Rapids. We'll be awarding the Lynn County Male and Female Athletes of the Year, plus we'll salute 2 Special Olympians and much more. If you support local sports, make plans now to attend. Tickets are $25 and tables of 10 are available. Proceeds from this event help support East Central Iowa Special Olympics and the Sports Tourism Fund at the Cedar Rapids Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Call the Celebration of Sports hotline at 319-398-5383, extension 121 today to make your reservation. Join me, Scott Unash, in the Zone at the Celebration of Sports Banquet and Auction, Tuesday, June 8th at 5:30 at the Collins Plaza in Cedar Rapids. Remember, call 398-5383 extension 121 to make your reservation.
John Wilson Sports, your team representative, has some great deals on outdoor basketball backboards from $299 with 10-year warranty. Take flight with the Bison Nighthawk, which includes a quick change adjustable pole and flexible goal. John Wilson Sports also has a wide selection of new swimsuits by Speedo and Tier for racing, training, and leisure. If you need sandals, sport glides, fins, goggles, or caps, let the experts at John Wilson Sports help you decide what fits you and your budget. John Wilson Sports at the corner of 1st Avenue and Collins Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids.
Well, the Kernels got a big lift as a two-out single was lined into center by David Harriman in the top of this fourth inning. Sean Rodriguez let it scoot by him, but he recovered in time, and on a very hotly disputed call at second, David Harriman was called out by Mark Ripperger to throw Rodriguez to Howie Kendrick. And let's see if Bobby Wilson can extend his 10-game hitting streak to 11. A curveball underneath Bobby's armpit. Ball one from Chris Dunwell. Earlier this spring, in the month of April, Patty Kelly was our guest. She was wearing the cap then of the director of the line drive. Base hit into left center. Bobby Wilson's going to turn around first and hold on with the long single. Bobby Wilson is hit safely in his last 11 games. He hit a missile over the head of the shortstop, Brian Ingram, into left center. Dustin Majewski made a good play, ranging far into left center, to hold Bobby to a long single. And the Kernels, for the second straight inning, have their leadoff man on. Matt Brown at the plate. Let's see if the Kernels can run. Patty Kelly is the senior executive and director of the AAA Minnesota Iowa AAA office right off 42nd Street in Northeast Cedar Rapids. But this afternoon and this evening, Patty, you're a proud mom of some kids from Wright Elementary School.
That's right, John. Thank you for having us. This has been a great night for Wright, and also I'm the new vice president for the PTA.
Well, that's wonderful.
That's right.
Well, you probably helped Chad Paraboom organize this.
Well, I'm still the incoming, so.
Okay, you still get a pass. Yeah, you're learning. Well, you're learning from a great man.
Yes, I am.
And Patty, you'll do a wonderful job.
Thank you, John.
Your daughter Katie and your son Timmy are here, and
Timmy starts kindergarten this year.
Oh, that's wonderful. He's already got his glove on. He's a baseball player. And what grade is Katie in?
Katie's in 4th, going to 5th.
Now, was she in that unbelievable group before the game that did those numbers on the field with the black wiffle ball bat?
That's correct. It's called Wright Convention.
Well, they should be on Broadway. I'm telling you that. They should be on Broadway. They were that good.
Thank you.
Matt Brown took the pitch low. Now a ball low and away. 1-1 our score. Bottom of the fourth inning on Wright Elementary School. Evening now. It's early evening on this overcast day. And what was particularly gratifying, Patty, was that the iffy conditions and last night's scary circumstances that caused the cancellation of our ball game, that didn't affect your big crowd from Wright one iota. You have over 250, if not 300 here, don't you?
That's right. That's great, isn't it?
It's tremendous. The 2-0 to Matt Brown. A high fly ball into center straight away. Dustin Majewski drifts back a few steps, and there's one away in the Kernel fourth inning. Matt Brown lined to right. Now he's flown to center. Matt Pauley will try to get the go-ahead run home. Bobby Wilson from first base. Well, Patty, whenever we have people up from the various schools, sometimes it's someone like you who's an incoming PTA president, sometimes it's the principal, sometimes it's been a teacher this spring. We always like to ask a little bit about each school because Cedar Rapids is blessed with what I think is the best public school system in the country, and each school has a unique personality. One thing about Wright Elementary School, it's named after
the Wilbur and Wright.
The inventors of the
aircraft.
That's right. They live here in Cedar Rapids.
That's correct.
Curve and a strike called the Pauley. Isn't there some sort of figurine or statue of their plane in?
That came from the Fly Right last year when they celebrate the 100 years of flight, and they've got the replica. They've got the biplane right there in the front. Bejeweled. It's beautiful.
Oh, that is very. A pitch hit Matt Pauley, and he's all right. He tried to skip out of the way of a pitch in on him, the first hit batsman of Chris Dunwell. Believe it or not, it's only the second guy he's hit in this, his 9th start of the year. So he did not mean to put the go-ahead run Bobby Wilson at second, but he has because he struck Matt Pauley. Blake Balcom with a chance now to drive home Bobby Wilson and break this 1-1 score in the bottom of the 4th inning. Yes, we go to Dayton, Ohio, Patty, and there's a marvelous Air Force Museum there, and even though the Wright brothers flew in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, their plane is in Dayton, Ohio as well.
That's right.
Blake grounded out to second to end the Colonel's 2nd inning. 2 homers, 14 RBIs for the right-handed batter, Blake Balcom. Breaking pitch upstairs, ball 1 from Dunwell. Well, Patty, I know that Wright Elementary School, as far as location, we'll get to that in a moment. I know it's not too far from one of my favorite spots in Cedar Rapids.
And that would be?
Knoll Ridge Park.
That's right.
Curve is high ball 2. In fact, isn't it near a unique name, the street? Isn't it near Hollywood Boulevard?
That's correct. Hollywood and Council.
Okay. So it's on the northeast side. And my goodness, there's just a wonderful feeling you get when you walk into Wright Elementary School. Blake takes a strike on the outside corner. Go ahead, Patty.
I was going to say it's definitely our hometown pride.
Yes, it is.
Isn't it?
Yes, it is. And now, what is Katie's teacher's name?
It's Mrs. Myers.
How does she get along with her?
She's just been chosen to sit in the front of the class. What does that mean, Katie? She's a good student, aren't you?
Well, that's great.
Yep.
I'm sure she'll be excited to know, Katie, we're coming to Wright on Monday morning for our reading program assembly. So you can earn some great rewards from Toyota Financial Services by reading this summer.
That's
the 2-1 to Blake. Ooh, it just missed the catcher. David Harriman framed it for the plate umpire, Clint Mahon. It looked like a strike, but ball 3 to Balcom. Blake steps out of the dirt batting circle and takes a good long look at skipper Bobby Magallanes. Big pitch in this game coming up with the Colonel runners at first and second, 1 out, bottom of the 4th. The score tied at 1. Balcom. Ooh, he had a hanging curveball and fouled it straight back.
That was close.
Close to us, wasn't it, Patty? What time do the kids get up to go to Wright Elementary?
Usually about 7.
That's pretty reasonable. I'm sure Katie will be playing t-ball or swimming or taking...
Actually, she's golfing.
Oh, that's terrific. Here's the payoff pitch. Will the runners go? No. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Blake Balcom fans and a very key strikeout of the Colonel batter by Chris Dunwell. And that is now 4 strikeouts. Caleb Mayer will try to pick up Blake Balcom and do what he did in the 3rd inning to lead off. He singled off the base of the wall on the left, but was stranded at 3rd. A 2-out double by Sean Rodriguez pushed Caleb to 3rd, but unfortunately, Dunwell got Brandon Wood looking for the last out of the inning. Now, let's see if Caleb Mayer can go 2 for 2 and give the Colonels the lead. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Patty, your older son who visited us on AAA night, I've already forgotten his name.
It's Patrick.
Patrick, okay. He likes to get foul balls here, if I remember right.
That's correct, yes. We were able to turn in 2 foul balls that night.
Oh, that's fantastic, Patty. Glad you did that.
It was great. We had a great night.
Well, Vito Janos is proud to award those lifetime honorary Colonel contracts and those free spaghetti dinners. Whenever someone like Patrick is able to come up with foul balls, they just show them at the Blimpie Guest Services booth, and that's the reward. 1-1 now to Caleb. Curve and a swing and a miss, strike 2. Well, Timmy looks like he is ready for kindergarten. He's got a big, broad smile. All his baby teeth are out, and his regular teeth are in.
Actually, we haven't lost one yet.
Okay, so the Tooth Fairy's still going to make a trip to the Kelly household. Come on, Caleb, with 2 out and 2 on, the 1-2. Oh, a wild pitch, and their ball ricochets back towards Caleb Mayer, and the runners advance to 2nd and 3rd. And the crowd cheers because now a base hit by Caleb would likely give the Kernels a 2-run lead. They're tied here in the bottom of the fourth, 1-1. Caleb Mayer, even on the count, the deuces are wild now, and I mean the deuces are really wild. Get this. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, and number 22 at the plate. So if you're somebody who likes to play the numbers, go with the deuce.
That's right.
Patty, your sister is here, Cindy, and is she from Cedar Rapids?
No, she's actually from Dubuque. They're visiting because we're celebrating our mom and dad's 50th wedding anniversary today.
What a wonderful milestone that is.
That's correct. We brought them to the ballpark.
Well, that's a testimony right there.
That's correct.
Where else would you want to be on your 50th wedding anniversary? Caleb Mayer drives one foul onto the grandstand roof to the right of the plate. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes to Caleb. Bobby Wilson opened this inning with a single, a smash into left center. He held it first as Matt Brown skied to center. Matt Pauley was hit by a pitch. Blake Baltham struck out. A wild pitch sent Wilson to third and Pauley to second. Caleb Mayer waits for another 2-2. And he wraps it foul into the backstop. Caleb's having a good at bat. Well, Cindy, we welcome you to our beautiful 3-year-old ballpark, and we hope you and Patty and your parents have a wonderful weekend celebrating that 50th wedding anniversary of your parents.
Thank you, John.
Glad you're with us at the ballpark. The skies continue to brighten.
That's correct.
A drive into right center will be an extra base hit, I think. No, Chris Treadle back and has it. Oh, it hung up. It hung up in the heavy, thick air, and Chris Treadle drifted back and calmly caught it. Caleb looked like he was going to put the Kernels ahead with a deep drive into right center, but it was caught by Treadle to end the inning. Oh, Caleb Mayer came within a whisker of giving the Kernels the lead. In the 4th inning, no runs. 1 hit for the Kernels, a hit batter, a wild pitch, no Cougar errors. The Kernels strand a pair and have left 4. Well, Patty Kelly, we want you to enjoy the rest of this evening with your family, with your sister Cindy, and with your folks celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. Patty, thanks for helping with Wright Elementary School night, and we'll plan for next year as you'll take over the helm from Chad Paraboom.
Oh, actually, I'm replacing Deb.
Oh, Deb.
Chad will still be there, and Mary Williams is president, so it's been a great run for them.
Well, that's
super. They're a great
super.
PTA, so, and the Kernels are very supportive of Wright. We appreciate it.
Well, we do too, Patty, and make sure you grab the kids a pop if they want on their way out.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to
John.
Patty Kelly from Wright Elementary School. Dairy Queen birthdays are being celebrated down below. We go to the top of the 5th inning. It's still 1-1, the Kernels in Kane County, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Quiznos Kernels Kids Club members. Did you know that your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card is good for more than just great deals at the ballpark? That's right. By showing your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club membership card at any of the Cedar Rapids Quiznos, you'll receive a free small drink when you buy a Quiznos sub. That's a free small drink with the purchase of a Quiznos sub when you show your Quiznos Kernels Kids Club card.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Faucets leaking, termites feasting, fish and tackle, paints and spackle, tubs, jacuzzis, tapes and movies, everything from A to Z. Tile and lumber, tons of plumbers, elevators, coffee makers, radiators, party favors. Take a look and you'll see. Let your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
When it comes to making their buying decisions, people today let their fingers do the walking through Yellow Book Yellow Pages. It's no wonder. Yellow Book's packed with money-saving coupons, restaurant menus, and vital community info. And with more ads than ever before, it has everything you need right at your fingertips. It's easy to spot. Just reach for the Yellow Directory with the map on the cover and join the smart shoppers who choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Put your business in Yellow Book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Your fingers walk into Yellow Book. The other book.
Lifting the first pitch, or the second pitch rather, the top of the 5th inning, high in the air on the left side of the infield, is Luis Perez, and Brandon Wood settles in underneath it to bring it down. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Michelle Samar pitching very well The Kernels and Cougars have both had good chances to break this 1-1 deadlock, but the pitchers have been up to the task. A swing and a miss by Chris Treidel. He was gone on 3 pitches for the first out in the Cougar third inning. Remember, we'll have our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question for you in the top of the 6th inning. Strike 2 called on the outside corner to Chris Treidel. Great to have Patty Kelly and her family here with us, celebrating Wright Elementary School evening here at the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Treidel takes away, low and away for a ball. Man, Chris Treidel is some imposing physical specimen. You can tell he's worked hard since he was drafted back in the year 2000. A line drive off Samar's thigh and fielded by Caleb Mayer, and Michelle is hurt. Michelle Samar is shaken up. A line drive off his thigh. The one good thing, well, now wait a minute. He can barely bear weight. The one good thing about that line drive, I thought it hit him in the right thigh where there's some padding. Matt Moss, broadcast assistant, where do you think that line drive struck Michelle Samar?
Well, I'm gonna use the binoculars here, John, and see if I can't get a better vantage.
Oh, Chris Treidel hit a bullet back through the mound. It ricocheted off Samar's leg. Somehow he had the guts and fortitude to still cover first base, but it was too late by the time Caleb Mayer underhanded it to Michelle. And they're looking, well, Alan Buckley's going to the Colonel bullpen. We may have quite a delay here. I don't know if Michelle Samar will be able to continue in this game. Where are they looking at, Matt?
They seem to be, he's shaking his right leg.
I thought it hit him in the right thigh. And again, well, now
he's heading back to the mound.
He is favoring his right leg somewhat, but listen to the hand for Michelle Samar. Michelle Samar will try to continue in this game. For the first time, the Kernels get a man up in their bullpen. The question is, Matt Moss, can he bear weight on that leg? I thought it hit him in the left leg, Matt.
Well, now that he's out there on the mound, I have to agree with you, John. I think it was the left.
Now, so far, he's not favoring that left leg. I'll tell you this, he's going to have a huge purple mark with seams ingrained into his skin. That ball was really struck hard by Treidel.
Yeah, he's going to get a souvenir.
He'll wear it, as they say. Hey, our Dairy Queen dugout dancers are assembling down below for their moment in the sun. And I do say sun because Matt Moss, for the first time in at least 24 hours, we have a glimpse of the sun.
I can see a trace of blue sky above us, John.
Isn't that great? Well, a man at first, and Michelle misses low and into Brian Ingram, who doubled his last time up. The Cougars have now out-hit it 6-4, but it's a 1-1 game in the top of the 5th inning. Ingram, a left, the runner goes, a pitch to strike, throw to second. Oh, save. A stolen base for Chris Treidel, his first stolen base of the year. Oh, Tommy Duenas' throw was right on the bag, but Brandon Wood came in front of second base, and his sweet tag of the sliding Chris Treidel missed him, and a stolen base, a huge stolen base for Kane County. The pitch was a strike called to Ingram, and now a strike on the outside corner. Matt, why are all the players waving their hands up in front of their eyes?
Well, maybe it's flies or gnats or something.
That's what it's got to be. Chris Treidel, Michelle Samar, some of the outfielders. The 1-2 to the leadoff batter. Swing and a miss on a changeup. It was tipped foul. Now the plate umpire is going to ask now wait a minute. Now they're saying the ball hit the ground. Oh boy. That's a strikeout that's been taken away. The plate umpire, Clint Mahon, saying the ball hit the batter's bat and then hit the ground, even though Tommy Duenas appeared to come up with it cleanly. The Kernels don't argue, so perhaps Ingram did indeed get a piece of it. He must have. What a tough break for Michelle Samar and the Kernels. It looked like we had him struck out. Now a fastball, low and away, 2-2 the count. Alan Buckley is warming up in the Colonel right field bullpen just in case that thing stiffens up and swells up on Michelle Samar, his left thigh.
Alan Buckley seems to be waving off some master flies as well.
So that's what I wondered, Matt. Caleb Mayer, Howie Kendrick doing the same thing. Well, it's soupy enough. The air's heavy enough with the humidity to have that problem.
Yeah, that warm, moist weather is definitely beneficial for the bugs.
Strike 3 called. Anthony's inside corner. Michel Samar with his 6th strikeout of the evening. And let's hand it to Michel Samar. He is a fierce competitor, and he is shaken off the pain of that line drive bullet that struck him in the left thigh. And now, with a man in scoring position, Luke Eppert, who struck out and hit a one-hop bullet for an out to first to Caleb Mayer, he'll have a chance to break this tie, but I'll tell you what, Michel Samar is quite a competitor. Eppert, a left-handed hitter, does not wear batting gloves. Strike 1 called inside corner at the knees, a fastball. And as Matt Moss noted, a glimmer of sunshine peeking through here, and it's turned into a great night. The temperature in the low 70s. Samar slows it down as Luke Eppert, a .234 hitter, tries to drive in Chris Tritle with the go-ahead run in this game. Eppert takes just inside the fastball. Jonathan Van Fleet, whose grandmother is in the Cedar Rapids Professional Baseball Hall of Fame, is down below. He'll be accompanying Rockin' Ray and Skydog USA out onto the field. A little nubber to second. We should be out of the inning. Howie Kendrick backhands and on to first. Luke Eppert is retired 4-3, second base to first base, and what a job by Michel Samar. No runs for Kane County in the top of the 5th. 1 hit, a stolen base. There were no Kernel errors, and the Cougars leave a man aboard. They, like the Kernels, have stranded 4. After 4.5, everything we expected in a battle for first place in the Western Division. It's the Kernels 1, the Cougars 1, and you're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Hey, how was the trip?
Great. Thanks for getting my mail.
Anytime.
Wait, where's my new copy of ESPN the magazine and my free messenger bag?
I don't know. Gotta run.
Hey, is that my bag hanging on your chair?
No.
The hottest magazine out there is offering the coolest deal. Just call 1-877-ESPN-MAG today and get 26 issues for just $1 an issue. Call now and you'll receive a free ESPN the magazine messenger bag to carry your 26 issues around in style.
Been looking to buy a used car, truck, or van? If so, head to Select Auto now. All vehicles are priced to sell with bottom line pricing. Monthly bills getting you down? Can't afford the car of your dreams? No problem. Select Auto offers payment plans to fit around your budget. Select Auto also offers great warranties on all cars. Not to mention their experienced and friendly staff in their full-service service department. Hate being chased around the lot by those annoying salespeople? At Select Auto, you won't be bothered by any salespeople. You deal directly with the owners. Got bad credit? Not a problem. They offer financing for any credit, good or bad. Still not sold? Purchase any used car over $5,000 and get $200 in free gas. Hurry in. This deal only lasts during the month of May. What are you waiting for? Visit either of Select Auto's 2 convenient locations on 1st Avenue downtown Cedar Rapids or on 7th Avenue in Marion. Select Auto, a great way to buy a pre-owned car.
Exciting contest with Wright Elementary School here and Rockin' Ray with his Skydogs USA. We move to the bottom of the 5th inning. And Tommy Duenas will lead it off. Tommy was retired on a fly ball to center, first pitch swinging back in the 3rd inning. Duenas, the number 9 hitter in the Allen Motor Company order. I wonder if Greta Van Fleet can hear us. Greta Van Fleet is talking with her grandson, Jonathan Van Fleet, down below. And Greta has her headsets on. Perhaps she's had to turn them down. Jonathan Van Fleet is going to take the field shortly with... There's Jonathan Van Fleet. They do hear us. Jonathan Van Fleet has heard us. And Greta Van Fleet, his Hall of Fame grandmother, kneeling below behind home plate with her headsets on. Greta, thank you for telling Jonathan that we see him down there. Here's a rocket into left field, but it almost sailed over Luis Perez's head. He reached up and nabbed for the first out of the inning. Now, Matt Moss, what has just happened with one of the Sky Dogs?
Well, we have a Sky Dog on the field, and he appears to be a substitute bat boy for this half inning. He went and retrieved the bat at home plate.
Ron Klein, the Roadrunner, may be out of work. 60-year-old Colonel Clubhouse manager Ron Klein may be out of work. A dog may be taking his place. A curve, a knee buckler to Howie Kendrick is inside. Matt Moss described it perfectly as one of Rockin' Ray's Sky Dogs came out and retrieved Tommy Duenas' bat. Ball 2 gets by the catcher, David Harriman, and it's 2-0 to Howie Kendrick. We're having a great time, and we're glad you're with us on this Saturday evening for Colonel Baseball. Steve Wright called on the outside corner to Kendrick. Chris Dunwell, a 6-1 record coming off of victory Monday night in Fort Wayne. He went 6 2/3, allowed 3 runs on 7 hits. A ground ball! Sharply back to the mound. Dunwell made a terrific play. He turned his glove and right at his belt buckle took a base hit away from Howie Kendrick. Howie hit it sharply on one hop straight back to the hill. And the biggest crowd, or the biggest cheers of the night, are going for the Sky Dogs that are retrieving the baseball bats. Matt, I wondered out loud before this game started as Sean Rodriguez steps in with the bases empty and 2 out. And Uncle Charlie's a strike called. Dunwell, trying to retire the Kernels in order for the second time in 5 innings, is ahead of Sean Rodriguez, 0-1. A curve and a late swing and a miss, strike 2. I wondered aloud, how in the world can a master such as Rockin' Ray train those Sky Dogs to do what they do?
Well, I think they use, I think, if I remember correctly, I don't remember who was saying this, but I think they use treats and a praise.
Well, that's Pavlov's old theory.
Yeah.
I studied it as a freshman in college, that if you reward a human being or an animal, oftentimes they'll repeat the behavior that gets them the reward.
Positive reinforcement, it's called.
Exactly. 1-2 to Rodriguez, and he rolls one to short. Brian Ingram up with it, and pegs in time to get Sean Rodriguez. The Kernels are gone in order for just the second time in this Saturday evening affair in the bottom of the 5th inning. Matt Moss, Colonel Broadcast Assistant, and I will return and give you the Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question. That comes your way in the next half inning, the top of the 6th. So stay with us, won't you, for your chance to earn a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. We go to the top of the 6th inning, and it's still tied 1-1, Kernels and Cougars. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Everyone wants their print and copy needs to be done right and to be done on time. Copyworks will meet those expectations. Copyworks will see to it that your work is of the highest quality. They'll do that by consulting with you at your place of work. Copyworks stands behind their work for you. It will be done right and it will be done on time. You can count on Copyworks to come through for you. When it's important to you, Copyworks lets your work shine through. Copyworks, Copyworks.
Did you know nearly 40% of all the waste going to landfills is paper? That includes newspapers, magazines, catalogs, junk mail, computer paper, cereal boxes, pop and beer cartons. Your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling encourage you to recycle those common household paper products by putting them in your blue recycling box on Collection Day. Save our landfill space. Recycle your paper waste.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Michelle Samar able to tough it out after a one-out bullet ricocheted off his left thigh and was a base hit by Chris Tritle. That was in the top of the 5th inning. Here we are in the top of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game. The only Colonel run coming back in the 1st inning, a 2-out home run by Brandon Wood over the Blimpie Subs and Solids left field foul pole. Answering with 3 straight hits off Samar in the top of the 2nd were the Cougars. And a breaking ball is a strike call to David Castillo. It's the heart of the Kane County order here in the top of the 6th inning. Castillo is struck out looking and walked. David misses a fastball in on his hand, strike 2. If you've been one of our previous 20 Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia Question winners, congratulations. You've been sent a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. But if you have been one of those previous winners, please don't call in this evening. You can certainly play along wherever you're listening, but don't call in. We'll be looking for our 21st different and distinct winner of a $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. Castillo didn't bite on a curveball low and away. He's still in the hole 1-2. Strong right-handed batter, David Castillo. Time is called now. I want to tell you about the slow-cooked, fall-off-the-bone barbecue pork ribs. They're served every Friday and Saturday evening from 4 o'clock on at the Springhouse. You know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to tempt you into going to the Springhouse this evening for those succulent, slow-cooked, barbecued pork ribs, fall off the bone, every Saturday and every Friday and Saturday at the Springhouse. Ball 2 missed low as Alan Buckley's up on his feet again. A high pop foul onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, and the count remains even 2-2 to David Castillo. With our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question, and we'll repeat it a couple of times because it is one of those answers, it's multifaceted. You need to give us 2 answers, and we'll have it for you after this next pitch from Michelle Samar to David Castillo from Colonel Broadcast Assistant Matt Moss. Strike 3 called, letter high fastball, and that's the 7th strikeout for the gutsy 22-year-old Frenchman, Michelle Samar. Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question, Matt Moss, take it away.
Tonight's question for Saturday, May 22nd is, in the year 2000, an Anaheim Angel had 240 hits, and in the year 2001, a Seattle Mariner had 242 hits. Who were these 2 players?
Wow, great seasons by a year 2000 Anaheim Angel and a year 2001 Seattle Mariner. How many hits did the Angel have in the year 2000, Matt?
240.
And how many for the Mariner in 2001?
242.
Those are huge numbers, record-setting numbers, and that's why we chose that question for our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question. The first pitch to Vasily Spanos is outside and low. Matt, the number for folks to call to try to earn the $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse.
John, that number is 896-7589. 896-7589. Oh, we got an answer.
We got a call at least. We got a call already. A curve looked good from here, but was ruled a ball by the plate umpire. Vasily Spanos has scored the only run of this game for Kane County. We're tied at 1 in the top of the 6th inning, and a strike is called to Vasily Spanos. He went around, didn't mean to, on a pitch high and away. Strike 2. Boy, they've got to be so proud of Michelle Samar up in Quebec City, Canada. French province that is still striving for its independence, possibly sometime in our lifetime. The 2-2. A number off the end of the bat. 1 hop to the Colonel's sure-handed second baseman, Howie Kendrick, on to first, and they're 2 away here in the top of the 6th inning. Michelle Samar has been spectacular, absolutely magnificent here tonight. By all indications, we're going to be happy to report shortly a winner in our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question. Matt Moss is getting the winner's name, and with 2 away and nobody on, Brian Snyder bats in this 1-1 game. It sounds like, Matt, we have good news to report.
Yes, we do, John. That was one of the quickest turnarounds for a phone call. I barely even got the number read the second time, and the phone was already ringing.
A ground ball to deep third. The long throw by Matt Brown gets Brian Snyder. And a 1-2-3 inning for Michelle Samar. He completes 6 absolutely stunningly effective innings. Down in order go the Cougars in the top of the 6th inning. We'll give the answer to our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. Congratulate the winner when we come back for the bottom of the 6th inning. After 5.5, it's still the Kernels 1 and the Cougars 1. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Dan Patrick and Ron Dibble.
What is the total now? I don't have the tattoo tote board on Rex Dibble, but I think he's approaching 20.
When he's dressed reasonably well, like if he wears a suit, can you see any of the tattoos?
No, but he wears mediums. Would you say that's right?
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of a small and a medium shirt.
Is he changing that with the whole steroid controversy?
Well, there's been random testing in here. He tested positive for ho-hos and ding-dongs. I do know that.
Dan Patrick Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio.
On the outside, everything looks fine, but on the inside, an unseen enemy is plotting the destruction of your home. Termites. Termites can be deadly to your home unless you fight back with certified pest and termite control. Yes, termites have made their way to Iowa, and they can cause extensive damage to your home before you even know they're there. It takes a trained professional to look in all the right places. Don't risk your home. Call the experienced, licensed, and insured experts at Certified Pest and Termite Control. 1 in 5 homes inspected have shown signs of termites. Certified offers guaranteed inspections and a 10% discount for seniors. Locally owned and operated, Certified carries a full supply for the do-it-yourselfers. Look for the giant ant at 1141 16th Avenue Southwest. Don't take a chance. Call Certified Pest and Termite Control today.
Rockin' Ray and Skydogs USA continue to perform down below as this game moves to the bottom of the 6th inning. We're tied at 1, and Matt Moss, let's repeat our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question.
The question for tonight was, in the year 2000, an Anaheim Angel had 240 hits, and in the year 2001, a Seattle Mariner had 242 hits. Who were these two players?
And who answered the question from the Springhouse to earn that $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse?
Well, congratulations to Bruce Nesmith of Cedar Rapids. He had the correct answer. The Anaheim Angel was Darren Erstad, and the Seattle Mariner was Ichiro Suzuki.
And Matt Moss, you and I, well, I've been doing this for 9 years on behalf of the Springhouse. You've been here all spring long. Bruce Nesmith got the revolver out of the holster quicker than anyone you've ever heard having hit me.
I barely had time to read the number a second time. We already had the phone was ringing, so.
Bruce Nesmith is a highly esteemed and renowned political science professor at Cove College. And Bruce, congratulations. We'll be sending you that $5 gift certificate to the Springhouse. I would suggest, Bruce, that after tonight's ball game, head on over to the Springhouse for their slow-cooked barbecue pork ribs. They're served every Friday and Saturday from 4 p.m. on. They fall off the bone. Well, Matt, that was a terrific answer by Bruce Nesmith.
A little side note, John. Darren Erstad played college football. He was a punter for the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
And I think he might have been on their national championship team. I'm not sure about that. For Tom Osborne before that other poor fella took over. Here's a bunt foul. Frank Solich. Boy, what an injustice they did to that guy. Matt, wasn't he 9-3 last year?
Yeah, that's right, John.
And then they fire him and bring in
Bill Callahan from the Oakland Raiders. And that's changing everything up, putting that West Coast offense there.
Nebraska will always be successful with 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That's the way it was meant to be with Bob Devaney and Tom Osborne. Why are they going to start passing the ball? Just because it worked for Oklahoma? A strike called on the outside corner to Brandon Wood. He tried to bunt his way on. The first pitch and bunted foul. Brandon has given the Kernels their only run of this game with a first-inning home run, his 5th of the year. Dunwell's curve is in the dirt to Brandon, and it's ball 1.
Yeah, in 2000, Darren Erstad batted .355, had 25 home runs, 39 doubles, 6 triples, and 28 stolen bases.
And I'd like to know who got the American League MVP award that year because it should have been him. Repeat those numbers again.
He batted .355, 25 home runs, 39 doubles, 6 triples, and 28 stolen bases.
To go along with 240 hits. Ball 2 outside to Brandon Wood. And Ichiro did win the Rookie of the Year award with his year the next season.
Didn't he win Rookie of the Year and MVP?
Yes. A line drive past the pitcher is a base hit for Brandon Wood. On a 2-2 count, Brandon reached out and spoiled a good pitch from Chris Dunwell, low and away, and he hit it past the mound into center. The Kernels have their 5th hit of the game, and for the third straight inning, the Kernels have their leadoff man aboard. Now we've got a hit and run here. I know Brandon Wood doesn't have the greatest speed, but he's got above average speed. He's 5 for 8 in stolen base attempts, and there is action in both teams' bullpens. Let's see for Kane County. Brigmere Leone is starting to warm up, and Alan Buckley continues to throw in the Kernel bullpen. A deep drive to left. The Kernels take the lead. Bobby Wilson on to 8th Avenue. 3-1 Kernels. Bobby Wilson hit one out of sight. And the Kernels take the lead 3-1. Bobby Wilson extended his hitting streak to 11 in his last at bat when he sliced one into right center. No time for a hit and run. Bobby Wilson stepped into the first pitch from Chris Dunwell and hit it into orbit. Launched it into another galaxy. Over the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion onto 8th Avenue to give the Kernels a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And they're still, Matt Moss, they're still buzzing in utter disbelief on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion and left. They can't believe how far Bobby Wilson launched that 2-run homer.
Boy, they might want to check the windows at that White House there.
Oh, Bobby Wilson has his folks jumping in exuberance down in Florida. Bobby with his 3rd home run of the year. And no pitching change, apparently, for the Cougars, although they just got Brigmere Leone up and throwing. Well, here I am trying to coax the Kernels into a hit and run, and Bobby Wilson said, there's no need for that. I'm going to belt one onto 8th Avenue.
He took care of the hit part.
Yeah, yes, he did, Matt. He took care of the hit part in a colossal way. Bobby Wilson's 2-run homer has given the Kernels a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning in this crucial series with the Cougars. Now, somebody called time. I don't know who. The batter, Matt Brown, stepped out as Chris Dunwell fired what appeared to be a strike right down the middle, but it didn't count. Well, the mascot from Chick-fil-A is down below, a gigantic cow. I've never seen a cow on 2 legs, but that's the variety that Chick-fil-A has. A 2-legged cow down below. Going to miss by Brown. He's in the hole 1 and 2. I'm going to have you take off your headsets for a moment and check with Kellen. Kellen usually is the bearer of very down on strikes, and that's the 5th strikeout for the Cougar right-hander. Pauly whistles one foul into the screen. Matt Moss, we have a number of what we call premium entertainment acts come in throughout the season. This weekend, it's Rockin' Ray and Skydog USA, and a very heartwarming and important message that Kellen wanted to have passed on from Rockin' Ray and the Skydogs to our listeners.
Yes, Rockin' Ray said that this is one of his favorite stadiums to come do the Skydog demonstration in.
I would imagine it's because of how hospitable the crowd is. Ball 1 upstairs to Matt Pauly.
They've been very warm to those dogs down there today.
Well, quite frankly, the Sky Dogs are the kind of dogs you wish you could take home with you. They're so lovable. A swing and a miss by Matt Pauley, and that's the second strikeout in a row following the 2-run blast by Bobby Wilson. And it's now 7 strikeouts for Chris Dunwell. 3-1 Kernels, bottom of the 6th inning. And that is good news.
Those dogs seem to be very well behaved, too.
Oh.
With all the children petting them, and they don't get excited.
No, they don't, Matt. It looks like Alan Buckley may be warming up to take over in the 7th inning. Here's a rocket foul. Look out on the Randy Keel Confident Picnic Pavilion. That one went hard. Yes, Ichiro Suzuki, one of the subjects of our Springhouse Family Restaurant Baseball Trivia question. We'll talk a little bit more about him in a moment. Strike 2 call to Blake Balcom, and he's in the hole 0-2.
Well, John, we mentioned that Darren Erstad didn't get the MVP in 2000. I'm going to get to the bottom of that and find out just who did.
Good. We need to know that.
But Ichiro, who did win the MVP in 2001, batted .350, had 8 home runs, 34 doubles, 8 triples, and 56 stolen bases.
And he earned that MVP award. Swing and a miss by Blake Balcom, and Dunwell fans the side after the Kernels take the lead. In the 6th inning, 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no Kane County errors. The Kernels leave the bases empty. Alan Buckley may be coming on. We'll tell you in the top of the 7th. After 6, it's Kernels now leading King County 3-1, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Brain type. I believe in it. Scott in Indianapolis is a skeptic, so we had him take the test during the commercial break. Scott, what do you do for a living?
I am a sales manager.
Did you take the test honestly?
Yes.
Okay. You seem like an honest man. Right. He's a salesman.
Of course he is.
You are a facilitator. You are hospitable. You focus on usefulness. You're energetic. You're realistic. You develop and nurture relationships. I know that's right. You express your feelings. You're conscientious. You're orderly. You're a friendly promoter. You are commerce-oriented.
No longer a skeptic.
There we go, baby. That is money. All right, Scott in Indianapolis. Now a believer in brain type.
It's fascinating taking them one by one, Colin.
Yeah, one by one.
We're going to make everyone believe it.
Don't be left out of the herd. Only on ESPN Radio.
Hey, honey, we're getting out the grill tonight and get some hamburger out of the freezer.
Let's just go to North Country.
Come on into North Country Steakhouse. The huge grills are always hot and ready for your choice of beef, pork, chicken, or seafood with all the fixins, like sautéed mushrooms, onions, and the potato and salad bar. All with no setup, no cleanup, no hassle. It's always grilling season at North Country Steakhouse. The front house cooks are always ready to assist you. Don't feel like grilling? They can do it for you.
Hot coals, juicy steaks, yummy margaritas, and no cleanup. This is grilling.
Cedar Rapids' own North Country Steakhouse, home of the best steaks around, on Blair's Ferry Road, Northeast.
A U.S. Cellular call to the Kernel bullpen has Alan Buckley taking over for Michelle Samar. Michelle Samar was nothing short of spectacular here this afternoon and this evening. He went 6 innings, allowed 1 run on 6 hits. The right-hander from Quebec City, fan 7, walked 1. Alan Buckley takes over. Alan is a right-hander. He's 6'6", 240, 24 years old. Alan last worked Monday up in Appleton. Remember that 11 o'clock start against the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers? Alan Buckley went 2 2/3 in that Monday afternoon game, allowed 4 runs on 4 hits, struck out 3, walked 1. He pitched very well until the last at-bat. A high, deep drive, belted into right center. Blake Balcom settles in underneath it, moving to his right, and Blake has it. Dustin Majewski greets Alan Buckley by lifting one into right center. 1 pitch, 1 out, top of the 7th, 3-1 Kernels. We want to welcome a couple of special guests. Milt and Marcus are here. We didn't realize Marcus was part of our audience recently at the newly opened Prairie Ridge Elementary School. That was a couple of weeks ago. Marcus was very kind and has compared the energy that our broadcasts bring to that of John Madden in Monday Night Football. And Marcus, we really appreciate those kind words. Anytime you're compared to a legend like Johnny Madden from a kid your age, you look to be about a fourth grader. He's in fifth. Okay. Well, Matt Moss, they've compared, Marcus thinks we bring the energy that Johnny Madden does to the microphone.
Well, that's excellent.
Now, it's 1-1 to David Harriman. We'll tell you in a moment who won the 2001 American League MVP Award.
2000.
The year 2000 MVP Award. A curve, a strike called from Buckley to David Harriman. I thought that Darren Erstad deserved it.
Well, of course, as you know, John, anytime we're not sure of an answer, we need a stat, I retreat back from hit the books or...
A looper to second. Howie Kendrick climbs the ladder, but it's over his head for a Texas League single by David Harriman. David Harriman singles over the leaping attempt of second baseman Howie Kendrick, and 1-on-1 out here in the top of the seventh for Luis Perez.
So I always retreat back to the office to hit the books or get on the internet, find out, get to the bottom what our question is. And the 2000 MVP was Jason Giambi from the Oakland Athletics then.
And we're going to compare all the offensive categories. Well, no, you didn't have time to look those up.
No, I got those too.
A pitch in the dirt, and Tommy Duenas unable to prevent a wild pitch. It's skidded to the right of the dirt batting circle. Alan Buckley with a wild pitch, and down to second goes David Harriman. Ball one to Luis Perez. Okay, batting average, Erstad between Giambi.
Darren Erstad batted .355, Giambi only .333.
Well, and I only in comparison.
Okay, only, yes.
Yeah.
But
you're saying that Erstad out hitting by 21 points.
22 points.
22 points. Perez with a chance to make it a one-run game. Backs away from a pitch inside, ball two. All right, how many home runs?
Giambi had 43 home runs to Darren Erstad's 25.
Okay, so he clear advantage to Giambi. We'll go to RBIs in a moment. The 2-0 to right-handed hitting Luis Perez. Time is called.
As far as doubles go, Darren Erstad had 39, Giambi 29. For triples, Jason Giambi had only 1 to Erstad's 6. And Giambi had 2 stolen bases to Erstad's 28. However, Jason Giambi was walked over 130 times.
Okay, RBIs, please.
Actually, we don't have RBIs.
Okay. Alan, well, I'm not saying Jason Giambi should not have won the American League MVP. I'm just saying I thought Erstad should have.
Erstad had a good season.
A curve from Buckley, a strike. Now a breaking pitch from Allen. Ball three outside. Alan Buckley on for the 13th time this year. He's got a 1-0 record at 20 2/3 innings pitched. He's given up 22 hits in 20 2/3. He struck out 16 in 20 2/3. Walked 9. The league hitting .265 against Alan Buckley. Ball 4, and Allen has put the tying runs on. Luis Perez walks. Chris Treidel at the plate. You hate to put the tying run on by a base on balls, but Allen accidentally did that, and now the Kernels look for a strikeout double play or pop-up. Chris Treidel is the man who hit a missile, a bullet off the left thigh of departed starter Michel Samar. Here comes Eric Bennett, and the Kernel bullpen goes to work.
Was Darren Erstad, is he part of that platoon of Angels players right now that are hurt?
Yes. I don't know how seriously, but his hamstring injury resurfaced, and platoon is right. It's almost a brigade now, Matt, with Garrett Anderson and Darren Erstad and Troy Glaus and, Benji Molina and Tim Salmon. Now, some of those guys are coming off what could be considered mild or slight injuries, but I think the injuries to Erstad and
Tim Salmon had a shoulder surgery,
and so did Glaus. Glaus had.
Or no, that was Glaus I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Salmon. I don't know the nature of his injury, but it very well could have been a shoulder injury as well. But Glaus, yes, did hurt his shoulder, and he's probably gone. Well, he's gone for at least 2 months, if not a year.
That's what I was thinking of.
Chris Treidel, big, tall, right-handed batter, takes a pitch outside, ball one. Alan Buckley, in his last 6 appearances, has given up runs in 5 out of the 6. So let's hope he can turn the tide here this evening. Ball 2 just missed low and away. Allen is a big guy, 6'6", 240. And he pitched with both the Arizona Rookie Angels last year and the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. He pitched in 16 games between those two teams. 4 games as a starter. The 2-0 delivery. A high pop foul over the backstop, out of play. Strike 1 to Treidel. Hey, it's just past 7 o'clock. And that means we need to remind you that you're enjoying Kernels baseball on the Zone. ESPN Radio 1600, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 3-1 Kernels, top of the 7th. 0 for a pop-out, strikeout, or double play. Instead, ball 3 low and away to Treidel. The impressive performance by Michel Samar deserves repeating. 6 innings pitched, 1 run, 6 hits, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. Let's see if Allen can still get one of those 3 things we're wishing for, a pop-up, double play, or strikeout. Oh, doggone it, he walked him to load the bases. Well, a Texas League single and 2 walks to the number 8 and 9 hitters, and that's a hole that, if you're Alan Buckley, you just can't dig yourself that kind of hole. Just can't dig yourself that kind of hole. All right, the Kernels have a right-hander up in their bullpen, and the right-hander is Bob Zimmerman. Bob Zimmerman is warming up in the Kernel bullpen. Alan Buckley would still love to get a strikeout, double play, or pop-up. The batter is Brian Ingram. Strike 1 called, a fastball from the Kernel right-hander who snaps at the bill on its way back. Allen upset with himself. He didn't mean to walk those 2 guys, and he certainly has a chance to still get out of this inning with the Cougars batting, bases loaded, 1 out, 3-1 Kernels. Foul off the batter's fist puts Ingram in the hole, knocking in 2. Alan Buckley is from Mississippi. One of the most delightful, well-mannered, and kind young men you'll ever meet, Alan Buckley. And as I said, he pitched well. He just couldn't get the final out in the 8th inning Monday afternoon in Appleton. Pitched 2 2/3 innings of relief in a Kernel 9-6 loss to the Timber Rattlers. A line drive past first base will at least tie the game, maybe put Kane County ahead. 1 run is in, another man rounds third, and doggone it, we're tied at 3. A 2-run single by Brian Ingram, and that will likely cause the Kernels to have to go to the bullpen. Brian Ingram lined one on an 0-2 pitch, by the way, past Caleb Mayer into right field, and David Harriman scored from third. So did Luis Perez from second. And on to third went Chris Treidel. That really hurts. That really, really hurts that we could not keep the lead here in the 7th inning. Luke Appert's batter, a left-handed hitter. And here comes Bobby Magallanes. Doggone it. Doggone it. Our middle relief pitching is trying their hearts out, but they're just not quite up to the level of what we need them to be to contend. But there's plenty of season to go. And I'm sure the middle relief corps will continue to improve and get better as the season goes along. They're going to have to if we're going to be a true contender. Bob Zimmerman will take over as Alan Buckley goes a third of an inning. Alan surrendered 2 runs in the third of an inning on 2 base hits. He didn't strike out anyone. He walked a pair. The walks really hurt him. And let's see if Bob Zimmerman can help out Alan Buckley in a relief role here in the top of the 7th inning. Bobby Wilson, a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th inning, and things looked awfully, awfully bright for the Kernels. But doggone it, you got to credit the Kane County Cougars. With 1 out, they got a Texas League single from David Harriman. Then some very good discipline shown by Luis Perez and Chris Treidel. They both threw walks against Alan Buckley. Allen got ahead of Brian Ingram, 0-2, but Ingram was able to crank a 2-run single down the right field line. And in comes Bob Zimmerman. Bob Zimmerman taking over on the hill for the Kernels. Bob has a record of 2-3 rather. He leads the club in appearances. This is his 15th appearance. a 1.74 earned run average. Bob leads the club with 6 saves. In 20 2/3 innings, he's only given up 14 hits. Bob Zimmerman has fanned 27 batters in 20 2/3, walked 6, and the league hitting .203 against Bob Zimmerman. We'll have another look in the bottom of the 7th inning at the State Farm Major League scoreboard, so stay with us for that. Bob has come in to try to squelch a nasty uprising by the visitors, the Cougars. They have runners at first and third with only 1 out, and Luke Appert, a left-handed batter, at the plate. And credit Bobby Magallanes and pitching coach Eric Bennett. Those guys aren't going to give up on the middle relief pitchers we have. We just have to keep sending them out there, and they'll improve. That's the name of the game in this minor league level, is to learn and keep improving. The one thing you have to remember about middle relief pitching is it's at a premium. Not too many clubs can stop you cold with their middle relief pitching, and middle relief pitching is what everybody searches for at all levels of professional baseball. To tell you how important this game is to the Colonel Brain Trust, Bob Zimmerman, our closer, has had to come in here in the top of the 7th inning to try to keep the game tied 3-3. Luke Appert, a left-handed hitter, shoots one into center, and that'll give Kane County the lead. It's deep enough to score the runner from third. Chris Treidel walked in this inning, and he trots home to make it 4-3 Cougars. Hey, those guys you walk usually come home to score, don't they? Luke Appert hit one into deep enough center that Sean Rodriguez had no play. Second out of the inning. That run is charged to Alan Buckley. Bob Zimmerman will now try to get David Castillo to keep it a 1-run game in favor of the Cougars. David Castillo is 0-for-2 with a walk. No, we're not the only club that is a little bit short on middle relief pitching, and I don't say short in a negative way. I say it in a matter-of-fact way that you have to work with those relief pitchers. There's so little margin for error when you're a relief pitcher. When you're a starter, you can have a couple of tough innings and find your rhythm, but when you're a middle relief pitcher, you darn better come in and throw strikes. The 1-0 to David Castillo. Bob! Beautiful curveball for a strike. Bobby Wilson's 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th inning electrified this crowd. But they're quiet now as the Cougars have rallied for 3 here in the top of the 7th. But they only lead by a run. Remember that. Kane County only holds a 1-run lead. Bob Zimmerman, 6'5", 240. From the Show Me State of Missouri. Delivers outside, a snap throw to first by Tommy Duenas. Brian Ingram just got back in ahead of the throw for Bob Zimmerman. Bob was a tough 3-2 loser his last time out. That was Tuesday night up in Appleton. Remember that game? Kevin Jebson, the Colonel 19-year-old right-hander, struck out 13 Timber Rattlers in 6 innings, but did not figure in the decision. A 3-2 loss to the Timber Rattlers. Ball 3 down and into the batter. Bob Zimmerman, 22 years old, pitched 2 innings Tuesday night up in Wisconsin, gave up 1 run, unearned on 1 hit, struck out 4 and walked 2. He had to swallow a very tough loss in that ball game. Let's see if Luke Appert, or if the runner at first is going. He's not, as David Castillo slices one foul down the right field line. The count full now to David Castillo. Now Caleb Mayer plays behind Brian Ingram at first base. With 2 out, the runner goes. And ball 4 misses downstairs, the third walk of the inning. It's been a tough top of the 7th for the Kernels in the field. They've let a 3-1 lead slip away. Runners at first and second, 2 gone for Kane County's Vasily Spanos. Vasily, a right-handed batter. Now it's first and second. Spanos is the 8th man to bat here in the Cougars' 3-run 7th inning. Strike one called from the broad-shouldered, strong Colonel right-handed reliever. Tommy Duenas appeared to be crossed up on that pitch, so he takes the ball right back out to Bob Zimmerman, meets him at the base of the mound. Well, it was trying to the sun was trying to make an appearance about a half hour ago, and the skies have darkened a bit. It's still delightfully cool, but high humidity. A curveball is tomahawk foul out of play to the right, and it's 0-2 to Vasily Spanos. Husky, strong right-handed batter, wears a black elbow pad on his front arm. He's from the University of Indiana. Ingram at second, Castillo at first. Oh, ball 1 missed just outside. That one hurt. The entire crowd winced as the plate umpire, Clint Mahan, could not call the batter out on strikes. Whew, that ball was so close to being a called strike 3. I honestly can't tell you where it missed. Spanos holds that bat on his back shoulder, parallel to the ground almost. Unusual launch position. And he grounds one to second. Howie Kendrick flips to Brandon Wood to end the inning. Vasily Spanos forces Castillo 4/6 to play. In the 7th inning for Kane County, 3 runs on a grand total of 2 hits, 3 walks, a wild pitch, and Cougars leave a pair. They've stranded half a dozen. 7th inning stretch, New Veterans Memorial Stadium, Wright Elementary School night. Kane County 4, the Kernels 3. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Toyota Financial Services of Cedar Rapids understands the importance of reading in the lives of our community's children. That's why they're proud to fund the 6th annual Toyota Financial Services Kernel Summer Reading Program. The generous support of Toyota Financial Services will result in Kernel players conducting a record 32 elementary school assemblies this spring to encourage girls and boys to read throughout the summer. Their reading accomplishments will be recognized by Toyota Financial Services with fabulous rewards. Toyota Financial Services, a true hero to the Kernels and the youth of our community.
It's spring planting time, and garden treasures await you at Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center. For the best selection in the area, plus all the free expert advice you'll need to make them grow, choose Peck's. The greenhouses at Peck's are filled with beautiful colors, gorgeous hanging baskets, rose bushes, patio pots, and blooming annual flower plants, including the best and newest blooms for sun or shade. Grow your own vegetables and herbs from Peck's large selection of favorite vegetable and tomato plant varieties that are ready to plant. Peck's also has hundreds of varieties of hardy perennial plants, plus acres of trees, shrubs, and evergreens for landscapes. Contact Peck's for an estimate on your landscape project. Visit Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, where their knowledgeable staff is ready to answer plant and gardening questions. Peck's, growing garden treasures since 1956, at the corner of Blair's Ferry and Edgewood Roads Northeast.
Brickmere Leon works the bottom of the 7th inning. Chris Dunwell, 6 innings of fine work, giving up 3 runs on 6 hits. Dunwell struck out 7, and he walked none. Walks the difference in this game right now. Colonel pitching, walking the number 8 and 9 hitters in the top of the 7th inning. They both scored. Caleb Mayer, the number 8 hitter in the Allen Motor Company order, set to face right-hander Brickmere Leon. Ball 1, a fastball high and away from Brickmere. Bottom of the 7th, and we want to welcome our guests from Hometown Restyling. Kevin and Greg are here. Kevin, works at Hometown Restyling. Greg is his father. And we thank Wayne Wynn. Wayne has been a long time. Well, he's had season tickets here the first 3 years in the new Veterans Memorial Stadium. His beautiful Hometown Restyling Tri-Vision sign just to the right of the 378 mark. Hey, the Kernels put the tying run aboard as Caleb Mayer loops his second hit of the game into shallow left center. Caleb Mayer greets Brigmere Leone with the base hit, and that'll bring up Tommy Duenas. Well, Kevin and Greg, we thank you for dropping in, and we want you to help us rally here in the last third of this game. And we sincerely thank Hometown Restyling. They not only have a beautiful Tri-Vision sign, as you can see in left field, fellas, but they also advertise with us during our broadcast on the radio. And Wayne Wynn has season tickets with us. And if you're looking to remodel or add or improve or put one of those beautiful 3 or 4 season rooms on your house, call the experts, Wayne Wynn and his crew at Hometown Restyling. A throw to first, and Caleb Mayer's back safely. Let's tell you about this right-hander, Brigmere Leone. He's 23 years old from Venezuela, and he started 5 games for the Cougars last year, pitched out of the bullpen 25 times, was 2-1 with 2 saves. Brigmere Leone is 1-1 this year. He's pitching for the runner goes, a base hit into left, a hit and run single. Caleb Mayer will gallop to third. Save! First and third, nobody out on a perfectly executed hit and run single by Tommy Duenas. Tommy Duenas bounced one high in the hole through the left side. Caleb Mayer was running, and what a well-timed piece of strategy called for by Bobby Magallanes, the Colonel manager, and executed to perfection by Tommy Duenas and Caleb Mayer. First and third, nobody out for Howie Kendrick, and now you could time by a sundial the pitching coach for Kane County, Fernando Arroyo, coming out to the hill. Let's review finals from this afternoon on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Schubat, Lanny Peterson, Dale Thompson, and Al Shetler. What went on this afternoon, Matt Moss?
In the American League at the Coliseum in Oakland, the Athletics defeated the Kansas City Royals 5-4. That game took 11 innings. At the ballpark in Arlington, the Texas Rangers defeated the New York Yankees 4-3. At the top of the 8th inning at Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, the Devil Rays hold a 4-3 advantage over the Cleveland Indians. At Fenway Park in the top of the 4th inning, the Blue Jays hold a 2-0 lead over the Red Sox. At the bottom of the 3rd inning at the Metrodome, the Twins holding a 4-1 advantage over the White Sox. And there's 2 night games, both at 9:05 Central Time. The Angels take on the Orioles, and the Mariners take on Detroit. That game at Safeco Field.
And we'll get to the National League in a moment. Ball 1 is low to Howie Kendrick. The Kernels trail 4-3, but have runners at the corners with nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Howie, nothing for 3. A .331 hitter. He's the Colonel leadoff batter. 2 homers, 15 RBIs, 13 doubles for Howie Kendrick, right-handed batter. Brigmere brings one in downstairs, ball 2. At Wrigley Field, Matt Moss.
Well, at Chicago, the Cubs stunk the Cardinals by a score of 7-1. At Turner Field in Atlanta, the Braves lost. The score there, 7-4. The Dodgers beat them. The Florida Marlins trounced the Arizona Diamondbacks 11-2. That game being played at Pro Player Stadium.
Ball 3 outside to Howie Kendrick.
In San Juan, Puerto Rico, the Expos hold a 1-0 advantage over the San Francisco Giants. That game is in the top of the 4th inning. The Phillies hold a 4-2 advantage over the Padres. That game's in the bottom of the 4th inning and being played at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia.
Now the 3-0 to Kendrick. Strike 1 called at the knees. First and third, nobody out. Bottom of the 7th, 4-3 in favor of the Cougars. They struck for 3 in the top of the 7th inning against Colonel reliever Alan Buckley. Michelle Samar pitched 6 innings of 1-run ball. Now Howie steps out as the catcher, David Harriman, signals to his infielders what to do in case Tommy Duenas lights out for second base. Leon, a tall right-hander from Venezuela, brings it a line shot into left. It's caught. Tagging from third is Caleb Mayer. The throw home, not in time. We're tied. We are tied 4-4 as Howie Kendrick hit a bullet into left field to tie the game. 1 out. The go-ahead run holds at first Tommy Duenas. Howie Kendrick ties this game at 4 with his 16th run driven in. 1 on, 1 out for Sean Rodriguez.
Well, John, rounding out the NL action at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, the Pirates and the Brew Crew were scoreless in the top of the first. At the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, the Reds have a 1-0 advantage over the Astros. That game's in the bottom of the first inning. And at Shea Stadium in New York, the Mets have a 3-1 lead over the Rockies. That game is in the top of the third.
Sean Rodriguez, a double play ball to third. Throw to second out. Oh, no! The second baseman dropped it. Everybody's safe. The second baseman dropped the throw. Brian Snyder fed Luke Appert. Appert lost the handle. The first error committed by either team. And the Kernels have a golden opportunity to cash in. The throw from the third baseman was a bit low, and they've charged him with an error. An error has been charged to Brian Snyder, his 8th error of the year, and Tommy Duenas would have been out at second. It could have, I'm not sure it would have been, but it could have been a double play. Sean Rodriguez reaches as an error committed by the third baseman. Brian Snyder has given the Kernels a great chance to take the lead here in this 7th. Matt Moss, I thought that would have been a double play.
Well, you never know, but I think our good friends from Hometown Restyling have brought us a bit of good fortune here in the bottom of the 7th.
Yes, they indeed have. Kevin from Hometown Restyling, his dad Greg, our guest here in this bottom of the 7th inning. In the top of the 7th, Kane County put a big hole in the Kernel balloon. The Kernels have taken a 3-1 lead on a Bobby Wilson 2-run bomb in the 6th inning. But in the very next half inning, the Cougars, on 2 hits and 3 walks, scored 3 to overtake the Kernels 4-3. Now the Kernels have tied it and have runners at first and second with only 1 out for Brandon Wood. A fastball is downstairs from Brigmere. Leon's record 1-1, an ERA of just over 4.24. In 23 and a third innings, he's given up 26 hits. In 23 and a third innings, he struck out 19, walked 6, the league hitting 277 against the Venezuelan right-hander. Ball 2, low and outside. To Brandon Wood. Remember, our Kernel of Wisdom comes your way in the top of the 8th inning. What will the score be then? Right now, it's 4-4. Brandon Wood belted his 5th home run of the season. That came back in the 1st inning to give the Kernels a 1-0 lead. Since then, Brandon has struck out looking, singled, and scored. A deep drive into left, way back to Perez on the warning track. He has it. Tagging from second and advancing to third is Tommy Duenas. Brandon Wood hit one to the warning track and deep left. Good base running by Tommy Duenas as he got on his horse and galloped to third. Brandon Wood didn't miss an extra base hit by much. And with this heavy, humid air, that ball didn't carry like I thought it would. Brandon got it just a tad down on the handle and sent it to the warning track in deep left, where Luis Perez caught it in front of the wall, the 8-foot high padded wall on the warning track. Here's the red-hot Bobby Wilson. Bobby with a single and a 2-run homer, extending his hitting streak to 11 games. A curve is a strike call to Bobby. First and third, 2 out. 4-4, bottom of the 7th. You can tell this is quite a early season battle between 2 hungry ball clubs. The runner goes from first, a strike to Wilson, and stealing second without a throw is Sean Rodriguez. Oh, Bobby Wilson was hurt by a call by the plate umpire Clint Mahon. That pitch looked awfully low from Brigmere-Leone. It's 0-2 to Bobby Wilson. This crowd would erupt in sheer joy if Bobby Wilson could come through yet again with something big. A couple of little girls down below behind the backstop getting the autograph of Colonel Mascot, Mr. Shucks. That just made their entire weekend. Can Bobby come out of this 0-2 hole? Ball one way high and outside to the Colonel hottest hitter, Bobby Wilson. He started play tonight with a .320 average, 8th highest in the league. And his last time up, he slugged a 2-run homer onto 8th Avenue over the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion and left. Duenas at third, Rodriguez at second. Time is called. 4-4 our score, bottom of the 7th inning. Bobby waits. And laid off a slider just low for ball two. That was a borderline pitch. There's a stocky right-hander warming up in the bullpen, J.R. Pickens for Kane County. J.R. Pickens warming up for the Cougars. Nothing doing in the Colonel bullpen down the right field line. Bobby Wilson waiting forever before Brigmere-Leone comes set and deals. A little looper into shallow. Oh, the second baseman has it near the bag on the infield to retire the side. The Colonels had runners at first and third with nobody out and did tie the game on a sacrifice fly by Howie Kendrick. 1 run on 2 base hits, 1 Cougar error, but they got out of it, and the Colonels leave a pair of stranded 6. After 7 innings, it's still anybody's ball game. Colonels and Kane County tied at 4. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Okay, so I'm dropping my daughter off at daycare, and as I'm walking out, I see myself in the double door.
Uh-oh.
Is right. My hair looks terrible. My ends are all scraggly, and my roots. Did you see my roots? I can't believe I've been walking around like this.
Have you tried Costco?
Oh, I'd love to get my hair done, but who has the time? With work and the kids, I barely have time to find matching socks, let alone time for my hair. Besides, I need the works.
Just go to Cost Cutters. They'll have you in and out and looking great in no time.
Yeah?
Yeah. At Cost Cutters, the stylists will keep you looking great with a new cut, some color, even highlights. Check out mine.
Oh, so Cost Cutters is your secret.
Yep. I even get my favorite products there. You know, shampoo, conditioner.
That's it. I'm going to Cost Cutters.
Right now?
My roots, thank you.
There are a dozen Cost Cutters here in our area, each offering a relaxed, convenient hair care experience with no appointments and no hassles. Cost Cutters make things easy and affordable with professional stylists who care about you. Cost Cutters, live your life. We always have time for your hair.
Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. That means when you're marketing your home for sale or searching for the ideal home to buy, Dick Ramsey's Home Team will get you the results you deserve. Dick Ramsey's Home Team has the best deal going. Buy one of their homes, and Ramsey will buy yours. That's the winning edge Dick Ramsey's Home Team will deliver to you. Dick Ramsey, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty.
Here we go to the top of the 8th inning. Bob Zimmerman came on and got the final 2 outs of the Cougar 3-run 7th inning. For Kane County in the top of the 8th inning, it'll be their #5 hitter, Brian Snyder. An RBI double to tie the game at 1 back in the 2nd. Then a ground out to 2nd and a ground out to 3rd. Snyder, a right-handed batter. 4-4 the score. The hit's even at 8, and Snyder cuts on the first pitch. Bowser straight back, strike 1. Mike Kuhlbeck, the Director of Marketing and Public Relations, should be along at any moment to give us this evening's attendance. And we promised to give you our kernel of wisdom here in the top of the 8th inning. Matt Moss is our broadcast assistant. He's brought you the State Farm Major League scoreboard a couple of times already this evening, and Matt will give you a very interesting insight about a well-known name in baseball. Bob delivers high. ball 2 to Snyder.
The kernel of wisdom for this mild Saturday evening, May 22nd, is Joe Cronin became the youngest player manager to win the pennant when he led the Washington Senators to the World Series in 1933 at the age of only 26.
Pop foul off to the right.
26 years old, player manager.
And he led the Senators to the World Series.
1933 World Series.
I know they lost in the World Series, but Joe Cronin is quite a name. Well, Bob Brooks has given us his best estimate, Matt Moss. What does Bob think we have for an attendance?
2,112 is Bob's guess.
I'm going to go ahead and put that down just because Bob is usually pretty darn accurate. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking about those 4 huge groups on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion, as well as the big throng up on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace, as well as the several hundred from Wright Elementary School. Those 3 groups plus the regular season ticket holders and walk-up, boy, I hope Bob's right. I hope we have that crowd above 2,000 here this evening. Brian Snyder backs away from a Bob Zimmerman curveball for ball 3. Yes, it is. In fact, next time Bob joins us for Brooks at bat on this homestand, Matt, we'll maybe ask him a little bit about Joe Cronin. I didn't realize till our kernel of wisdom surfaced that Cronin led the Senators to the American League pennant as a 26-year-old.
26. Boy, that's almost as old as you, John.
Strike 3 called. Strike 3 called at the knees to Brian Snyder, and Snyder is angry at the plate umpire. He better watch his P's and Q's or he'll be ejected from this ball game. He's still howling at the plate umpire, is Brian Snyder, as he is retired on a 3-2 pitch at the knees, strike 3. One thing I know about our kernel of wisdom, I didn't know Joe Cronin was only 26 years old when he was the player manager of the 1933 American League champion Senators. I do know that the Senators never got back to another World Series. That much I know.
And the Senators eventually became which franchise?
The Minnesota Twins for a short time, and then the Texas Rangers. Swinging a foul straight back by the left-handed hitter, Dustin Majewski. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I'm glad Bob Brooks hazarded a guess at our attendance. Matt, why don't you saunter down the press box row and see if Mike Kuhlbeck has a number for us yet, and we can compare it to Bob's guess.
Well, John, I'm going to go ahead and put in my own guess here. I'm going to say 2,250.
All right.
We'll see.
Well, that's great. Yeah, let's have you take off and check it out. 1 ball, 1 strike to Dustin Majewski, left-handed batter. Zimmerman misses low and away, ball 2. We're tied at 4 in the top of the 8th inning. He right, an 89-mile-an-hour fastball inside corner at the knees to the left-handed batter, who wears his gray trousers all the way down at the top of his white shoes. You can't see any of his black socks. Majewski, 1 for 3 in this game. Hits a rocket into right field for a 1-out single. Dustin Majewski has the 9th hit of the evening for the Cougars. He went down and got a fastball and drilled it to the left of Howie Kendrick into right field. Kernels have had leads in this game of 1-0, 3-1. And now we're tied 4-4 with 1 on, 1 out. In the top of the 8th inning, David Harriman at the plate. The catcher has singled his last 2 times up. He got the Cougar 3-run rally against right-hander Alan Buckley started in the last inning, the 7th, with a Texas League single into right. Ball 1 inside from Zimmerman, a fastball. Remember, we have lots of fun in store for you tomorrow at 2 o'clock game. Rockin' Ray and Scott Dogs will return. And we'll be welcoming all the dog owners, Bark in the Park. A fastball low and in, ball 2 to the right-handed hitting catcher. And Viola Gibson School will be on hand here to help us celebrate the Sunday afternoon series finale against the Kane County Cougars. Bob deals inside, ball 3. And ball 4, this is low. A 4-pitch walk issued on the heels of a base hit into right, and Kane County has a 1-out scoring chance here in the 8th inning. First and second, 1 out. Let's see if Eric Bennett, the Colonel pitching coach, pays a visit to the hill. Apparently no attendance count yet. Yes, Matt Moss is giving a thumbs up. Matt, what is our attendance this evening?
Our attendance tonight, our paid attendance, is 2,184.
Wow, what did Bob Brooks miss by?
Bob Brooks missed by 72 people.
And you came mighty close, too.
Yep, I missed by 66 people.
Oh, you guys. I'm going to get on one of those junket airline trips to Las Vegas and take you and Bob with me, and I'll give you the funding, and you do my betting. Matt Moss, you and Bob Brooks are remarkable. 2,184. Oh, no one pitch almost hit the batter, Luis Perez. He walked and scored in the 7th inning. Well, great news, 2,184 here on this rather dank, overcast Saturday evening. A whale of a battle between the Kernels and first-place Cougars. A slider at the knees, and Bob Zimmerman gets ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. A high pop foul, and it's knuckling towards the Colonel first base dugout. What a great effort by Caleb Mayer. One of the Colonel coaches, Eric Bennett, telling Caleb one of the Anaheim Angel roving catching instructors, the Anaheim Angel roving catching instructor, Bobby Ramos, helping Caleb out near the railing of the Colonel first base dugout. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes to the 267 hitter, Luis Perez. Right-handed batter. Go ahead, run at second. Another man leads away from first here in the 8th inning for Kane County. Swing and a miss, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Bob Zimmerman. He blew it by Luis Perez. 2 gone for Chris Tritle, the Center Point Urbana proud native son. Bob Zimmerman has done just absolutely great work for the Kernels this year out of the bullpen. A 4th-round pick by the Angels a year ago out of Southwest Missouri State. Delivers low, ball 1, to Chris Tritle. Tritle has been trouble in this game. A strikeout, an infield single, a stolen base, a walk, and a run scored. Swing and a foul on a hanging curveball. It looks like the Kernels are going to get left-hander Scott Hyndman ready in the bullpen. Yes, Scott Hyndman is starting to loosen up in the Colonel right field bullpen. In this 4-4 game, top of the 8th inning. Hyndman worked a third of an inning last Monday, so he should be very well rested. A slider is a strike called Chris Tritle. Oh, Kane County is countered with a right-hander in their bullpen, and it is not J.R. Pickens. It appears to be Manny Rodriguez. It is Manny Rodriguez. Manny Rodriguez warming up down the left field line for the Cougars. 1-2 to Tritle. Here's the pitch. Ooh, it just missed outside. It just missed outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To number 22. Dustin Majewski at second. David Harriman at first. 2 out. The 2-2 delivery. Look out! A line drive into the premier seats just above the Colonel first base dugout. And thankfully, nobody's shaken up. Almost everybody still here from Wright Elementary School, and all those folks on the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion are still having the time of their life, as well as on the Miller Mezzanine Terrace. Bob Zimmerman ready with the next. Just missed high and away. And can you believe it? Kyle Chapman, Carter Chapman, and Dana Chapman are still enjoying the action out on the Westdale Mall Mix 96.5 FM home run hot tub.
We're getting some waves, John.
We sure are. Boy, I would have shriveled up like a prune 2.5 hours in that hot tub. But not Carter Chapman. He's going strong.
No, they're enjoying it.
They sure are. Just one time in my life, I think I'll spend 3 hours in a hot tub.
I guess it really doesn't matter if it's raining when you're watching the game from a hot tub, does it?
It probably wouldn't. The 3-2 pitch is Loftus foul off to the right. The runners, of course, with 2 out, were going on the 3-2 delivery. One thing about Carter Chapman, the Coolidge Elementary student who's in the Westdale Mall 96.5 FM home run hot tub, he will not get a sunburn tonight.
No.
His mom, Dana, is waving. So is his dad, Kyle.
His son made only a brief cameo during this game.
Unfortunately. Here's another big pitch with 2 on and 2 out. Strike 3 called! Bob Zimmerman does it again! Bob fans the side on a 3-2 pitch with the go-ahead run at second. Another runner at first. Zimmerman got Chris Treidel on a slider at the knees. Strike 3 called. No runs for Kane County in the 8th. 1 hit, 1 walk, no Kernel errors, and 2 stranded by the Cougars. They've left 8. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. A doozy of a ball game. Kernels and Cougars tied 4-4. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Been looking to buy a used car, truck, or van? If so, head to Select Auto now. All vehicles are priced to sell with bottom line pricing. Monthly bills getting you down? Can't afford the car of your dreams? No problem. Select Auto offers payment plans to fit around your budget. Select Auto also offers great warranties on all cars, not to mention their experienced and friendly staff in their full-service service department. Hate being chased around the lot by those annoying salespeople? At Select Auto, you won't be bothered by any salespeople. You deal directly with the owners. Got bad credit? Not a problem. They offer financing for any credit, good or bad. Still not sold? Purchase any used car over $5,000 and get $200 in free gas. Hurry in. This deal only lasts during the month of May. What are you waiting for? Visit either of Select Auto's 2 convenient locations on 1st Avenue downtown Cedar Rapids or on 7th Avenue in Marion. Select Auto, a great way to buy a pre-owned car. Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll.
It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Skydogs USA. That's right, Kernels fans. Skydogs USA will be performing at the Vet during games on Saturday, May 22nd, and again on Sunday, May 23rd. Get your tickets today at the Veterans Memorial Stadium box office or call 896-7560. It's going to be a howling good time.
Cedar Rapids Kernels, that's a good time roll.
J.R. Pickens is on for Kane County, bottom of the 8th inning. Rigmir Leon went 1 inning out the Cougar bullpen, allowed 1 run on 2 hits, struck out none, and walked none. J.R. Pickens set to go in his 4-4 game. Matt Brown, Matt Pauley, Blake Balcom. All 3 struck out their last times up. And combined in this game, they are 0 for 8. So they're due. They are due, aren't they? J.R. Pickens. Let's tell you a little bit about him. He's working out of the Cougar bullpen for the 18th time this year. He leads them in appearances, 1-0, 1 save. In 26 2/3, he has given up 20 hits, struck out 21 batters in 26 2/3, walked 8. The league hitting .211 against right-hander J.R. Pickens. Matt Brown, nothing for three. Looks at a strike called at the knees from the Cougar right-hander. He wears a long-sleeved black shirt underneath his gray top. JR, his name Joseph Robert, and the count even now, 1-1. A pitch outside from Pickens to Matt Brown. JR went to the University of Mississippi, then on to Liberty University, and he was a 10th round pick in 2002 by Oakland. A slider, and it's a strike call to Matt Brown. He peers back at the plate umpire in disagreement, Clint Mahon. Pickens is ahead of the Colonel slugger Matt Brown, 276 average, 9 homers, and a league-high 36 RBIs. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Matt down on strikes, 1 away in the Colonel 8th inning. Matt Pauley is nothing for 2. He's been hit by a pitch. It looks like Scott Hyman will take over in this game for the Colonels in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hopefully we can give him a lead. 4-4 the score. Strike one call on the inside corner to Matt. This Thursday, we have another special treat in store for you. A noon game. And those are a fan favorite. Ball one down. Ball one down and into Pauley. The plate umpire threw it down to Mark Ripperger, the umpire on the diamond, well behind first base, and Ripperger said Pauley held up. The right-hander to Matt. Swing and a miss, a slider down and in. This Thursday, the Dayton Dragons will be concluding a 4-game series with us. The gates open at 11, a noon start this Thursday. Swing and a miss. Matt Pauley has gone on strikes, and J.R. Pickens has been tough so far. He has fanned the first 2 Colonels. Friday, May 28th. What a way to kick off your Memorial Day weekend. Pat McGrath Chevyland used car night. 4 of you Colonel fans, 18 and over, with a valid driver's license and proof of insurance, will drive away in a pre-owned vehicle thanks to Pat McGrath Chevyland. The game starts at 6:30, a 5:30 gate opening on Friday the 28th, part of this 12-game homestand. Blake Balcom took a curve and then lashes one foul into the backstop, 1-1 to Blake. We've been out hit 9-8. The Cougars have made the only error of the game, and we're tied at 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. A let up, and it's outside, 2-1. Blake Balcom, nothing for 3 tonight, a 263 average, 2 homers, 14 RBIs. A line shot into center is a 2-out single. Blake Balcom has the 9th Colonel hit, his first of this game, and he's hit first with 2 outs for Caleb Mayer. Caleb has 2 hits and 3 hit trips. Started this afternoon with an average of 198, but Caleb's looked good. The only time he's been retired is when he hit one into deep right center to end the Colonel 4th inning. So Caleb Mayer is the guy you want at the plate in this situation. He's seeing the ball and hitting the ball very well. Some hitting coaches will tell you those are the 2 keys to hitting. It's a little simplistic, see the ball, hit the ball. There's much more to hitting than that, but those are the 2 basic elements. You can't hit it if you don't see it, and if you see it well, you've got a good chance of hitting it. A throw to first, Balcom back safely. Blake is 4 for 4 in stolen base attempts. I'd love to see him go now. Pickens set below the belt. A looper into right center, a base hit. Blake Balcom will race to third, and the throw there by Treidel is not made. A base hit by Caleb Mayer, his 3rd of the game. First and third, 2 out. Tommy Duenas could put the Colonels ahead. Tommy Duenas, the hit and run single last time. Mayer hit it off the end of the bat, shoot it off the end of the stick, blooped it into right center, a Texas League single, and now Tommy Duenas, who's hit the ball well twice so far, this evening will have a chance to get the Kernels the lead here with 2 out, 2 on, bottom of the 8th inning. And the Cougars also have to guard against a wild pitcher, a pass ball. Matt Moss, describe to our listeners what's going on the lawn section, just in terms of the fun.
Well, John, here, let me get a look. It appears that our young fans are taking turns sliding down the hill, doing a feet-first slide. I'm not sure why.
Well, probably just to have some good old-fashioned fun.
I'm sure their mothers won't appreciate those grass stains, but
the question is, where are their moms? A curve is in there, strike one to Tommy Duenas. They're having fun, slipping and sliding down the grass slope in left. A breaking pitch outside, 1-1 to Tommy Duenas. Yeah, you're right, Matt. If we'd have done that as kids and come home with grass, well, some of the kids have shorts on, so they're only getting grass stain on their knees and their calves.
I'm sure they'll be having even more fun if we get a run in here.
Oh, yes. Yes, they will. I think Mom would overlook all the grass stain in the world if Tommy Duenas could come through with runners at the corners, 2 away. Bottom of the 8th inning, 4-4 the score. J.R. Pickens with a long look. Now time is called. What's the name of that song? Slip Sliding Away? That's what those kids are doing. Away down the hillside above the Cougar left field bullpen.
Who sings that one, John?
I thought it was Rod Stewart, but I'm not sure. Hey, the kids from Wright School are being implored to make noise by the Rockwell Collins game link. It says, "Let's get loud," with 3 exclamation points. And they are getting loud. Duenas waiting patiently for this 1-1 delivery. Instead, throw to first, and back standing up is Caleb Mayer. A pair of 2-out hits, one by Blake Balcom, the other by Caleb Mayer, have the Kernels knocking on the door, trying to take the lead with 2 out here in the bottom of the 8th in a 4-4 game. Ooh, a good-looking breaking ball. I don't know how Tommy took it. He did for ball 2. The Cougars wanted the call, didn't get it from plate umpire Clint Mahan. Go-ahead run, Blake Balcom at third. Caleb Mayer at first, the 2-1 to Tommy. A deep drive to left, hooking, foul onto the Randy Keel Hopkins picnic pavilion. Ooh, if we could have straightened that one out. Tommy cranked one foul onto the Randy Keel Hopkins picnic pavilion. And now the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 4-4 game, bottom of the 8th inning. Ground ball foul into the Cougar bullpen. Tommy cracked that one hard on the ground. It almost picked off his teammate, the go-ahead run. At third, Blake Balcom. Catcher, number 9 hitter Tommy Duenas, swings and misses at a curveball. The ball in the dirt, and that's strike 3, and it ends the inning. Oh, the Kernels just couldn't get the big hit they needed here in the 8th inning with 2 out. No runs, 2 hits, no Kane County errors. The Kernels leave a pair. Each team has left 8 men aboard. We go to the top of the 9th inning. It's still the Kernels and Kane County tied at 4, and you're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
Kernels fans, your Cedar Rapids Taco Bell restaurants have something new for you to cheer about this season. A Taco Bell 10 spot. When the Kernels score 10 or more runs in any game this season, you'll score beef tacos for just 39 cents the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell. That's a savings of 50 cents per taco. Limit 10 per customer. Remember, when the Kernels put up a Taco Bell 10 spot by putting 10 or more runs in any game, you get up to 10 39-cent beef tacos the very next day at any Cedar Rapids Taco Bell.
Soul of Mexico, her voice soared above the street, Spanish guitar, and every day like Dr. Pepper, originality made her a star. The taste of Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, the roots of individuality, and gives life a personality. Be you, do what you do. Be you, something better, something better. And then you stand on stage, a child came of age with a song of passion from the heart. And everyone could tell Anna Gabrielle was an original from the start. The taste of Dr. Pepper, the taste of originality, the roots of individuality, and gives life a personality. You do what you do. Be you, nothing better, something better. Be you, do what you do.
To the top of the ninth we go, and a U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen. Coming on is Scott Heineman. Matt Moss will tell you about him in just a moment. First of all, let's review the terrific outing by Bob Zimmerman. Bob went an inning and 2/3, no runs, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. And Scott Heineman, the Ivy League educated lefty from Princeton, will pitch to the top of the order. Brian Ingram fouls the first pitch off the chest protector of the plate umpire. Strike one, and Colonel broadcast assistant Matt Moss, Scott Heineman hasn't been used that often this season, but he's been pretty effective.
Yeah, John, he's appeared in 11 games. He has a 6.57 ERA, no wins, no losses. He's given up 11 hits, 20 base on balls, and 15 strikeouts. And opposing batters have a 234 average against him.
He misses low and away to the leadoff batter, Brian Ingram. Now Ingram shoots one foul off to the left, strike two. Brian Ingram is 2 for 4. He tied this game 3-3 back in the 7th inning. On an 0-2 pitch from Alan Buckley, he lashed it past first baseman Caleb Mayer to drive in 2 runs.
John, you took something out of your briefcase there in between innings. What was that?
Well, it's a bit of a superstition ritual. A ground ball diving past Matt Brown. He got a piece of it, but a leadoff single by Brian Ingram. Leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 9th inning. Brian Ingram with his 3rd hit, slapped it to the left side. Matt Brown drove to his left, slowed it down, but it trickled beyond him and into no man's land. Back a third, a base hit for Brian Ingram. Yes, Matt, I took out a ruler because I use a ruler if we ever go into extra innings, because my scorebook only goes to 12 innings, so I prepare for the possibility of extra innings. But usually when I take out my ruler, Kernels do something big in the bottom of the 9th inning, so we don't have to use the ruler. We need to do something big here in the top of the 9th, though, to keep it tied at 4. Left-handed hitter Luke Appert at the plate.
So while the parent club uses the rally monkey, you have the good luck ruler there?
That's right, the good luck ruler. The ruler rules, hopefully.
The ruling ruler?
The ruling ruler. It's right next to me. Appert is bunting, and he takes high, ball 1 from Scott Heineman. Hits are now even at 10 apiece. It's just past 8 o'clock, and we want to remind you that you're enjoying Colonel Baseball on the Zone, ESPN Radio 1600 AM, KCRG, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Our in-studio engineer is Deb Williams. I'm John Rogers. Broadcast assistant Matt Moss has helped us a lot today. Ball too low from Scott.
Boy, it's good to be out of school for the summer, John.
Well, I know our elementary students have the itch just like you college kids. You're already out, and we'll be making our final week of appearances throughout the community this next week. Look out! The ball hits a batter, and Scott Heineman is in a rut now. First and second, nobody out. Scott unable to retire either of the left-handed batters, and that really hurt. And again, we hope that our relief pitching can continue to improve, because without a bullpen, a strong bullpen, it is tough to win consistently in this league. Eric Bennett comes out, and Wayne Hedden gets on his feet in the Colonel Right field bullpen. Wayne Hedden, who got a save here Thursday night against the swing of the Quad Cities. Wayne is throwing very quickly in the Colonel Right field bullpen. Scott Heineman got ahead of the leadoff batter, Brian Ingram, 1-2. Brian then slapped one past the diving third baseman, Matt Brown, got a glove on it. And then with the left-handed batter, Luke Appert, trying to lay a bunt down, Scott hit him. A 2-0 pitch struck Appert. In fact, the ball went behind him. That's how wild Scott's pitch was. But perhaps Heineman can come back now and get this right-handed batter, David Castillo. David is 0 for 2. He's walked twice. Right-handed batter to face the lefty. Scott whirls and looks the go-ahead run. Brian Ingram back to second. Top of the ninth, 4-4 the score. The Kernels were bolstered on a 2-run homer back in the bottom of the 6th inning by Bobby Wilson to give us a 3-1 lead, but that lead lasted less than 10 minutes as the Cougars stormed back against the Colonel bullpen and scored 3 runs to take the lead in the top of the 7th. The Kernels had runners at first and third, nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Were able to score 1 run to tie the game at 4. We had runners at first and third, 2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning and could not score. Scott Heineman with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, strike one call to the left-handed hitter, or right-handed hitter, David Castillo. Manny Ramirez, I believe, is warming up in that Cougar bullpen. Not Manny Ramirez, Manny Rodriguez.
Not the Boston slugger.
No. Strike, 2 called from Scott Heineman. And Wayne Hedden continues to warm up in a hurry in the Colonel right field bullpen. So the wheels are turning, to say the least, here in this 4-4 game, top of the 9th inning.
We had a good time with Wayne at Hoover and St. Matthew's schools the other day, didn't we?
Oh, he did a terrific job on behalf of the Kernels and Toyota Financial Services.
He was a character.
An 0-2 pitch is lifted foul into the backstop. Yeah, Wayne had a great sense of humor with the kids. He acted out Shoeless Joe Jackson with a lot of animation and gusto. He just had a lot of fun, and the kids appreciate somebody just 21 years old with that kind of sense of humor. Another 0-2 pitch from Heineman. That one is slight foul onto the top of the Papa John's Plaza down the right field line. This game is approaching 3 hours in length, and it's tied 4-4. Swing and a miss of slider. Eric Bennett came out and said the magic words, and Scott Heineman took the advice, and he got a big strikeout, a slider down and in. Heineman fans, David Castillo, 1 gone here in the Cougar 9th inning. Here comes Vasily Spanos. Spanos singled and scored back in the 2nd inning. Since then, the cleanup man has popped to second and grounded out twice. Vasily Spanos out of the University of Indiana. A drive off the end of the bat. Blake Balkum on the run near the line, has it, and the runners hold. Oh, Matt Moss, when that ball left the bat, off the end of the bat, it was slicing away from Blake Balkum. For one thing, I thought it was tailing way away from Blake. Another thing, with the outfield being moist, I thought Blake might lose his footing, but Blake Balkum was rock solid. What a terrific comeback so far by Scott Heineman. He could not retire the first two batters in this ninth inning, both left-handed hitters. He's come back to get a pair of right-handed batters. And now Brian Snyder with 2 on and 2 out. Takes just low, ball 1. Top of the ninth inning. Kernels 4, Kane County 4. On Wright Elementary School night. Ball 2 outside to Snyder. Big Brian steps out. All the way out of the dirt batting circle. He taps his spikes. A week from tomorrow afternoon, the Superstars are here. They are gyrating giant mascots named after modern-day ball players like Ken Giraffe Jr., Cow, C-O-W, Ripken. Strike 1 call to Snyder. Shark McGuire, Clammy Sosa. The Superstars. Sunday, May 30th, a 2 o'clock start. A lot of fun things coming up on this 11-game homestand. Snyder even on the count now as he pops one foul off to the left. We have a big premium giveaway slated for this Tuesday night.
This Tuesday, May 25th, the Futon Connection will be giving away 1,000 miniature basketballs to the first 1,000 fans entering the stadium. John, you and I have seen these. They just look terrific.
Oh, they are, Matt. They're great pieces. Ball 3 high to Snyder. And remember, come early on Tuesday. The gates open at 5:30. Only the first 1,000 girls and boys, men and women, will receive the miniature playground basketballs from the Futon Connection. They're a red color with white seams, and they have the Kernel logo and the Futon Connection logo on it. Now the count full. The game's biggest pitch to Brian Snyder from Scott Hyman. Ooh. Ball 4. Hyman can't believe it, and neither can the fans behind home plate. I don't know how Snyder took it. It was a good pitch. Looked like strike 3 from here, but the bases are loaded now for left-handed batter Dustin Majewski. Don't blame Scott Hyman for that 3-2 pitch. It was awfully good. Now Scott Hill is a little bit steeper to climb. No room for error. No room for error. Bases loaded. 2 out. Dustin Majewski, the batter. He's 2 for 4. Scott Hyman has loaded the bases. 2 out. Majewski, 2 hits today. Ball 1. A strike, rather. A delayed call by the plate umpire. A delayed call by plate umpire Clint Mahan. 4-4 the score. Bases. Now the Dave Joppy, the third base coach, is all over the plate umpire. And how can they? You can't argue balls and strikes. Yet he stays in the game. I thought he'd be ejected. A pitch in the dirt. Tommy Duenas just saved the game by blocking it. Dave Joppy was all over the plate umpire, Clint Mahan, and one of the rules of baseball is you're not allowed to argue whether a pitch is a ball or a strike. 1-1 to Dustin Majewski.
Some leniency being shown there by the home plate umpire.
Well, that's the right word for it, Matt Moss. Leniency. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 on Dustin Majewski. Matt, have you ever heard a Kernel crowd as into a game as they are here tonight?
They are certainly into it. They're hanging on every pitch right now.
Yes, they certainly are. Ingram at third, Appert at second, Snyder at first. Ball 2 in the dirt. Tommy Duenas blocked it again. It was low and outside. Scott Hyman has just about put every bead that he can on the string. 2-2, bases loaded, 2 out, top of the ninth, the delivery. Smacked into right for extra bases. 3 runs will score. 3 runs will score for Kane County. Another man rounding third. No, he'll stop. 2 runs score. And my goodness. Oh, brother. It's 6-4 Kane County. I'll be darned.
The Colonel faithful are not happy with that.
Well, you can't be. Doggone it. Dustin Majewski, a 2-run double, ripped it into the right field corner. 2 runs scored to make it 6-4. Oh, well, that's the way she goes. Here comes Bobby Magianis, and that will be it for Scott Hyman. Doggone it. Doggone it. We had a 3-1 lead in this game and have let it slip away. A U.S. Cellular call to the Colonel bullpen has Wayne Hedden coming in. Wayne Hedden, a right-hander. Scott Hyman did a great job, except he could not retire any of the left-handed batters. Scott goes 2/3 of an inning. In 2/3 of an inning, he's given up 2 runs on 2 hits. Scott struck out 1, and he walked 1, and he hit a batter. Oh, if we can shore up our middle relief pitching, we're going to be a very tough ball club to beat. But that's a big if, a big I and a big F, because our relief pitching has just not been able to hold up their end of the bargain so far. Let's see if Wayne Hedden can come in and keep it a close ball game. The Colonels only trail by 2, remember that. We only trail by 2 in the top of the 9th inning. Wayne Hedden did a fabulous job here in the homestand opener Thursday night. Pitched a scoreless 9th inning to preserve a Colonel 6-4 win. Wayne is out of the Colonel bullpen for the 5th time this year. He's 0-1 with a save. Oh boy, we have a tough announcement coming over the PA system. It's for the kids' safety and the protection of the field, but unfortunately they're not going to be allowed to run the bases after the game because I think 2 reasons, probably liability. If one of the youngsters were to fall and hurt themselves, that's a situation we cannot risk that, nor can we risk the well-being of the field. I'm sure it's just a little bit too soggy. Oh, the wind has been taken out of the Colonel's sails here, both in the 7th inning and the 9th inning. And let's face it, we've been spoiled the last 2 years. Our bullpen has been one of the best in the Midwest League the last 2 years, and the fact that we have been unable to keep it 3-1 or 4-4 is certainly not a criticism of the bullpen. You have to credit the Cougars. After all, it was Dustin Majewski on a 2-2 pitch who solved Colonel Lefty Colonel Lefty Scott Hyman and ripped a 2-run double into the right field corner.
We've been able to rely a lot on those 42 home runs as well.
You're right, Matt. 2 today. 1 in the 1st inning by Brandon Wood to give us a 1-0 lead, and home run number 42 for the ball club, Bobby Wilson, giving us a 3-1 lead back in the 6th inning, but we let that slip away. Here's the 7th man to bat in the inning, David Harriman, and Wayne Hedden spins a curveball in for strike 1. 4 Colonel relievers, Alan Buckley, Bob Zimmerman, Scott Hyman, and Wayne Hedden, all in relief of Michelle Samar. Boy, you cannot complain about our starting pitching. Another deuce, and this one low in. Ball 1 to David Harriman. 6-4 Kane County, top of the 9th. Boy, oh boy. These games always hinge on 1 or 2 pitches. 1 or 2 pitches determine the fate of most ball games. A strike on the outside corner, 1-2 to the batter. And we have to remember that the Colonels have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 9th inning, so certainly the Colonels are capable of tying it or pulling it out of the fire in the bottom of the 9th inning. We need to stop this Cougar ball club, though, right here and now. A bouncer to third, long throw by Matt Brown, and the batter is out. Wayne Hedden came on to get David Harriman on a 5-3 chop to third in the 9th inning. Doggone it. 2 runs on 2 base hits, a walk, a hit batter, no Colonel errors, and King County leaves a pair. They've stranded 10. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and it's King County 6, the Colonels 4. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
If you don't stop by one of Jungi's 4 great locations, how will you know you got the very best deal? Stop in today at Jungi Lincoln Mercury Isuzu in Cedar Rapids, Jungi Ford and Jungie Chrysler Jeep Dodge in Center Point, and the new Jungie Chevrolet Pontiac in Anamosa. Now, 4 great locations, still one great name, Jungie.
Checking out the classifieds?
Yeah, I'm tired of working at dead-end jobs. I want to work for a company that offers opportunity.
You know, I just got a job at Access Direct, and they're looking for people like you.
Really? What makes Access Direct so different?
I'm making $9 an hour, and I'll be getting a 50-cent increase within 6 months. Plus, there's always room for advancement.
How about benefits?
Access Direct has a full benefit package that includes 401k.
And vacations?
Access Direct offers 10 days vacation plus holidays.
Why am I looking in the classified?
Put that paper down.
Can we go to Access Direct right now so I can apply?
Let's go.
Don't settle for just any job. Find your future at Access Direct. You'll enjoy a relaxed, friendly work environment, and you'll work with great people just like yourself. Plus, you'll receive a competitive wage, benefits including 401k, 10 days vacation, and holidays off. Check out Access Direct today. Corner of Wiley and Williams Boulevard, and just off the Coralville Strip in Coralville.
A Wright Elementary School night crowd of 2,184, hoping that Kernels can rally in the bottom of the ninth, trailing 6-4. Top of the order, Howie Kendrick, 0 for 3, tied the game at 4 with a sacrifice fly. His last time up, it was his 16th run driven into the year. Jairo Garcia, not Manny Rodriguez, on for Kane County. Jairo's 21 years old. Started 9 games for the Cougars last season, relieved in 5 others, an 0-1 record, a 2.55 ERA. Jairo's 21 years old, 6 feet tall, and he's trying to save it for J.R. Pickens. A line shot right at the right fielder, Tritle, 1 out. Oh, Howie Kendrick hitting in tough luck. Last one into right for a first out here in the 9th inning. Jairo Garcia, 1-0, has 9 saves for Kane County. Pitchers of record are J.R. Pickens for the Cougars and Scott Heineman for the Kernels. Still have a shot, just down 2 runs, 1 out, bottom of the 9th inning. Strike 1 called to Sean Rodriguez. Garcia with an ERA of 0.53, pitching for the 15th time. In 17 innings, he's struck out 32 batters. That's why Howie Kendrick went up pumping. Big gap in left center for Sean, and he takes low, ball 1. We're going to keep fighting. That's the only way the Kernels know, and hopefully get our middle relief corps shored up and a little bit stronger for this run we need to take at Kane County. This was a pivotal game. Swing and a miss by Sean on a slider, strike 2. $11 hits for Kane County, 10 for the Kernels. And a 6-4 Cougar lead in the bottom of the 9th inning. Swing and a miss. Sean Rodriguez gone on strikes, 2 away here in the Kernel 9th inning. If Kane County holds on, and they're a long way from doing that, they only lead by 2, they will have won 4 out of 7 from the Kernels. But we still have a shot at them, don't we? Brandon Wood has had a great game, 2 for 4, he scored twice. Ball 1 from Jairo Garcia outside. In his 17 innings of work, Garcia, as I said, struck out 32, walked 3, and allowed only 7 hits. But we can do it. We can rally in this game. Ball 2 outside to Brandon. The Kernels have proven time after time that they're capable of rallying and coming back take what looked like a sure defeat into the win column. That's the situation we're in now. 6-4, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, nobody on. 2-0 to the Kernel shortstop. Low, ball 3. We're 1 pitch away from bringing the tying run to the plate. On deck, Bobby Wilson, our hottest hitter. Garcia uses the rubber to knock a little bit of mud out of his spikes. A delayed call by the plate umpire. He waited not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 seconds before he called that borderline pitch, ball or strike 1. Brandon still ahead, 3-1. He does not have to swing if he doesn't like it. He does, and he rips one into the left field corner for a long single by Brandon Wood. Brandon with his third hit of the game. Brandon Wood with his third hit of the game brings the tying run to the plate. Brandon hit it so hard that after it ricocheted off the base of the left field wall, he had no choice but to hold it first. Now Bobby Wilson. Bobby does not have to try to hit one out of here. Oh, sure, it would be nice to tie the game, but you don't want to have only one thing on your mind. The main thing is to keep the ninth inning going. The hits are even now at 11 apiece, 6-4 Cougars, and Bobby Wilson, who's 2 for 4 with a 2-run homer in this game, fouls one straight back, strike 1. 6-4 Cougars, bottom of the ninth. And the Kernels are trying desperately to tie it or pull it out of the fire here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Garcia is set at the belt. He skips the pitch into the dirt, a slider, ball 1 to Bobby Wilson. Bobby, a 2-run homer back in the 6th inning, gave the Kernels what seemed to be, well, what I was hoping would be an insurmountable 3-1 lead. But Kane County bounced back with 3 in the top of the 7th. Kernels tied it with a run in the bottom of the 7th. The Cougars forged ahead with 2 in the 9th inning. A knee-buckling curve, and Bobby held up. The pitch was low. Ball 2 to the Colonel designated hitter, cleanup batter, Bobby Wilson. Jairo Garcia takes a trip on the backside of the slope. Bobby Wilson steps out of the box. 6-4 Kane County, bottom of 9th inning. Tying run at the plate, 2 out. A high pop-up should end this game. The catcher near the Cougar dugout has it, and Kane County captures the series opener. They move 3 games ahead of the Kernels. The Cougars hold on to win 6-4 in the 9th inning. No runs, 1 hit. There were no Cougar errors, and the Kernels leave 1 man aboard. We stranded 9. Bobby Wilson gave it a great effort, but fouled out to the catcher. And the Colonel hopes are dashed in the bottom of the 9th inning. 6-4 Cougars, a tough loss, as the Colonel bullpen just couldn't come through when we needed them here this evening. But we'll reflect on the positives after this 6-4 Cougar win in just a moment. Colonel Curtain Call coming up next. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Whether you're a serious athlete or a weekend warrior, injuries can take you out of your game. Smart athletes know that Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids are the experts in the treatment and prevention of sport-related injuries. Our expert staff serves the metro and surrounding area high school athletes. Physiotherapy Associates in Cedar Rapids, the smart choice in sports medicine. Call us at 398-1569. That's 398-1569. We'll get you back in your game today.
Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're in the zone. Attention sports fans. Iowa's #1 sports announcer is right here on the zone. For the second year in a row, the Iowa Associated Press has named Scott Unash the best damn play-by-play announcer in the state. Fact is, Scott's dedication to outstanding coverage of area metro sports is unprecedented. The guy eats, sleeps, and breathes local sports. You can catch Scott weekday afternoons at 3 on the 19th hole with Scott Unash, and Saturday mornings at 9 when he hosts the Hy-Vee Coaches Corner. And in addition to great seasonal high school play-by-play, you can hear Scott calling all the hot action of Hawkeye Downs racing on Friday nights. Scott knows sports, and once again, he's AP's top play-by-play announcer of the year. One more reason why you need to keep it in. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. It's time for the Kernels Curtain Call, right here on the Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only, John Rogers, here on the Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
Well, a very hard-fought, competitive. Everything was great about this ball game except the outcome. Kane County roughed up the Kernel bullpen and won it 6-4. The Kernels certainly have nothing to hang their heads about because we played our hearts out in this game, and it was one of those pivotal games because the Kernel win would have moved us a game back of the Cougars with our game against them tomorrow to finish the series, and the loss puts us 3 games behind Kane County, but still, the Kernels have a lot to hang their hat on following this 6-4 loss. The Kernels took the lead 1-0 on Brandon Wood's 5th home run of the year. It went right over the Blimpie Subs and Salads left field foul pole and gave the Kernels a 1-0 lead. Kane County came back against Kernel starter Michelle Samar and put together 3 straight hits in the second inning to tie the game at 1. Then the Kernels took the lead on a 2-run homer onto 8th Avenue by Bobby Wilson in the 6th inning. They led it 3-1. Michelle Samar pitched 6 strong innings, striking out 7, walking 1, and giving up only 1 run on 6 hits. Turned it over to the Kernel bullpen in the 7th inning. The Cougars scored 3 runs, though, all with 1 out on a base hit, 2 walks, another base hit, and a sacrifice fly. And just like that, the Cougars erased the Kernel 3-1 lead and led it 4-3 in the top of the 7th inning. Back came the Kernels on a hit-and-run single by Tommy Duenas. The Kernels put runners at first and third with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Howie Kendrick tied the game at 4 with a sacrifice fly. Sean Rodriguez reached on an error by the third baseman, Brian Snyder, on a sure double play ball. But you really have to hand it to the Cougar right-hander, Brigmere Leone. Leone got the next 2 Kernels, Brandon Wood and Bobby Wilson, to keep the Kernels from taking the lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. In the bottom of the 8th inning, back-to-back singles by Blake Balkum and Caleb Mayer, but the right-hander, J.R. Pickens, was able to strike out the Kernel number 9 hitter to keep the Kernels from taking the lead in the 8th inning. In the top of the 9th inning, the Cougars only got the ball out of the infield 1 time, but a big 2-out, 2-run double on a 2-2 pitch by Dustin Majewski coming against Kernel lefty Scott Heineman was the difference in this ball game. 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error committed by the Cougars. They left 10. The Kernels 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors. We left 9. The winning pitcher for Kane County was reliever J.R. Pickens. He's 2-0. Scott Heineman took the loss. He's 0-1. The game took 3 hours and 17 minutes. A game save went to Jairo Garcia, his 10th of the year. And a great news here on Wright Elementary School night. 2,184 were on hand to see the Cougars extend their lead to 3 games over the Kernels with a 6-4 triumph. That's our game recap on the Kernel Curtain Call. When we return in just 1 minute, we'll enjoy our Liberty Bank star plays of the game. You're tuned to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
With all the talk about rising gas prices, doesn't it make sense to drive a fuel-efficient vehicle? You can when you buy with confidence at Randy Keel Honda. Get up to 51 miles to the gallon with the Honda Civic Hybrid. Every Honda model has awesome fuel efficiency. Don't wait for $2 a gallon gas to buy a fuel-efficient car? Not when you can save time and money now by previewing Randy Keel's fuel-efficient inventory online at randykeel.com. Right now, lease a 2004 Honda Accord LX for only $235 per month. At Randy Keel Honda, you'll find many great buys under $5,000 too. Randy Keel is the home of confidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile guarantee. Randy Keel is dedicated on getting you the lowest possible price, backed by the best service in the Midwest. Stop by and see for yourself at Randy Keel Honda, Center Point Road Northeast in Cedar Rapids, or visit them on the web at randykeel.com. Accord LX 36 months, $14.88 due at lease signing. Includes first month's payment, security deposit, capitalized cost reduction, and excludes tax and license.
Colonel Curtain call after a 6-4 Cougars series opening win to pull the Cougars 3 games ahead of the Kernels. Iowa's fastest-growing community bank, Liberty Bank, proud to present our Liberty Bank star plays of the game. We were tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Brandon Wood, who had 3 hits in this game, homered in the first inning, got a leadoff single, and that brought Bobby Wilson to the plate. Here is our first Liberty Bank star play of the game.
Hit one out of sight, and the Kernels take the lead 3-1. Bobby Wilson.
And he did do exactly that. He hit one onto 8th Avenue, his 3rd of the year. He extended his hitting streak to 11 straight games, and that put the Kernels up 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Cougars rallied, though, for 3 in the top of the 7th to take the lead 4-3. After Caleb Mayer greeted reliever Brigmere Leon with a base hit to open up the bottom of the 7th, Tommy Duenas came to the plate. Here is our second Liberty Bank star play of the game.
The runner goes, a base hit into left, a hit-and-run single. Caleb Mayer will gallop to third. Save! First and third, nobody out on a perfectly executed hit-and-run single by Tommy Duenas.
Sending Caleb to third, Howie Kendrick would tie the game at 4 with a sacrifice fly. And those are our 2 Liberty Bank star plays of the game in a Kernel 6-4 loss to the Kane County Cougars. We'll be back and have our final segment of the Colonel Curtain Call, a complete look at all the scores on the Major League front. The State Farm Major League scoreboard is next. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
Did you know nearly 40% of all the waste going to landfills is paper? That includes newspapers, magazines, catalogs, junk mail, computer paper, cereal boxes, pop and beer cartons. Your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling encourage you to recycle those common household paper products by putting them in your blue recycling box on Collection Day. Save our landfill space. Recycle your paper waste. Multitasking is today's buzzword. We're parents, employees, board members, spouses, caregivers. The list goes on. Your local Pekin Insurance Agency, Sheets Forest Draper Insurance in Marion, is great at multitasking, too. Sheets Forest Draper will find the right insurance coverages for you. See Scott Draper of Sheets Forest Draper for coverages on your home, auto, life, health, and business. Finding the right insurance is one less task for you to do when you depend on your hometown professionals with Pekin Insurance.
6-4 Kane County. There were lots of games this afternoon and a lot going on this evening on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. State Farm Insurance agents Dale Thompson, Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, and Gary Schubat bring us the State Farm Major League scoreboard, and with it is Colonel Broadcast Assistant Matt Moss.
In 11 innings at the Coliseum in Oakland, the Athletics defeated the Kansas City Royals by a score of 5-4. At the ballpark in Arlington, the Rangers upended the Yankees 4-3. At Tropicana Field in Tampa Bay, the Devil Rays defeated the Cleveland Indians 6-3. In the bottom of the 7th inning, the Boston Red Sox hold a 3-2 lead over the Blue Jays. At the bottom of the 8th inning, at the Metrodome, the Twins hold a 6-1 advantage over the White Sox. And tonight's games on the West Coast, 9:05 p.m., the Angels take on the Orioles. And also at 9:05, the Mariners take on the Tigers. In the National League, the Dodgers edged the Atlanta Braves at Turner Field 7-4. The Chicago Cubs downed the St. Louis Cardinals by a score of 7-1. The Florida Marlins trounced the Arizona Diamondbacks at Pro Players Stadium 11-2. They're tied at 2 in San Juan. That game being played between the Expos and the Giants in the top of the 8th inning. In the bottom of the 7th inning, the San Diego Padres hold a 7-5 lead over the Phillies. That game is being played in Citizens Bank Park. In the top of the 8th inning, at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, the Pirates have a 3-1 lead over the Brew Crew. At the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, the Reds have a 6-5 advantage over the Houston Astros. That game's in the bottom of the 6th inning. And at Shea Stadium, the Rockies have taken the lead over the Mets. That score is 4-3, and that game is in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Matt, thanks a lot. Fabulous job bringing us up to speed on all the action in the big leagues on the State Farm Major League Scoreboard. It's brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Gary Schubat, Al Shetler, and Dale Thompson. Well, the Kernels will try to pull back to within 2 games of Kane County. We'll have to rebound from a tough loss here this evening. The Kernels fought their hearts out, had 11 hits, and bowed to the division-leading Cougars 6-4. Tomorrow will be a lot of fun. Rockin' Ray and Sky Dogs USA will entertain. You can come out, register your dog to be part of a pregame parade, bark in the park, and we'll have over 360 folks here from Viola Gibson School. A 2 o'clock start tomorrow. The gates open at 1, and good weather is expected for tomorrow afternoon's series finale against Kane County. We need a win desperately to keep the pressure on and to keep our hopes alive in the first half standings, because a win would pull us right back to within 2 games of the front-running Cougars with 8 games remaining on the homestand. So things still look very positive for the Kernels despite a tough loss here this evening. Thanks to Deb Williams. She was our in-studio engineer. Matt Moss was our broadcast assistant. I'm John Rogers. 6-4 Cougars. And so long from the New Veterans Memorial Stadium. 1:40 dugout interview time tomorrow. You're listening to Kernel Baseball on the Zone.
This has been a special sports presentation from The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids. Now back to our regularly scheduled ESPN programming, already in progress.